I'm Shula Sanchez. I live in Walker's Point, and I am a member of Milwaukee DSA. I want to talk about energy sources. So we all know that fossil fuels poison the water and the air. A study from last year says that burning fossil fuels leads to 91,000 additional premature deaths in the U.S. every year, over 200,000 additional cases of childhood asthma every year in the country. There's one study that says, actually multiple studies that say that burning coal releases 100 times more radioactivity than nuclear power plants, because you're digging radioactive material out of the earth and then you just throw it into the air and the water. You don't, contain it. And that's not to mention the catastrophic impacts of climate change caused by greenhouse gases from burning fossil fuels. So thankfully, in the past few decades, there's been really enormous advances in clean energy technology. In 2011, for the first time, new wind farms were cheaper to construct than new coal-fired power plants. In 2013, new solar plants were cheaper than coal. In 2016, both became cheaper than new natural gas plants. So we have the technology, we've had it for more than a decade now to switch to clean energy, but private energy companies have not been pursuing this at the rate that they should be. So if we look at We Energies, in 2011, We Energies announced a 30-year extension to their Oak Creek coal-fired plant. It was already clear in 2011 that coal was not going to be an economically viable energy source for 30 years, but they spent that money keeping coal running. In 2020, they announced they would start shutting down some of their coal-fired plants, but they have done several lifetime extensions on their plants. So, they've pushed back the shutdown date from 2024 to 2025 to 2026. Now they're saying 2027. We'll see. They've announced that 2032 they're going to completely end using coal. We'll see if they commit to that. 2025, they announced that they're building a $1.5 billion new natural gas plant, when they could have been spending that money on solar and on wind. The biggest motivator for these fossil fuel plants is that they get to charge us, the ratepayers, for the construction costs, and they get guaranteed profits from that. So the more money they spend on fossil fuel plants, the more money they make, right? So the alternative is solar, and We Energies, regrettably, they've been fighting solar every chance that they get. It's more than a decade now that they have been fighting residential solar, rooftop solar, where the panels are paid for by people who own the panels, regular people, but they are, We Energies is trying to block that energy getting back on the grid. I think we had a previous speaker mention that, right, what was it? They're paying you 3 cents per...
I have had my panels for 7 months and I'm not
Yeah.
even able to use them.
Right, so it's 3 cents that the individual customer would be paid for that solar energy, and then they charge 17 cents to give it to someone else, right? 2019, We Energies fought the city on trying to put a few solar panels up on libraries, right? So they've been fighting solar for over a decade. If we had a publicly owned power utility with zero profit motive, then we wouldn't be worried about how much money we can make on building new fossil fuel plants. We'd be building as much solar and wind as we could, and we would be able to do what cities all over the world are doing right now, which is putting solar panels on top of homes, on top of...
Again, we are listening in live right now to a hearing that Milwaukee leaders are holding to discuss the concept of public power. It's something we discussed this morning. 2 aldermen kind of signing off on a proposal that would replace We Energies with a city-run model. And again, right now they're in the public comment kind of section of the hearing. If this is something you would like to watch in its entirety, we are streaming it right now. So you can go to fox6now.com. It's a live article, so you can watch this entire stream. Or of course, we've also got it streaming over on our YouTube page. But in the meantime, I do want to get to kind of our big story of the morning. Of course, it was a big story for us yesterday as we talked about Giannis Antetokounmpo being traded to the Miami Heat, as well as Bobby Portis Jr. But a part of that trade obviously gets 4 players to come our way, as well as a lot of draft picks. And last night was the round 1 of the NBA draft. The Bucks picking up 2 new players. So thought I would bring in our resident sports lover on Wake Up, Carl Deffenbaugh. Carl, before we get into the draft picks and who's coming our way, how are we feeling today with the Giannis news?
Still uncertain. I don't know. It's still processing, I guess. It's a reality whether we like it or not, so we're going to have to live with this new future for the Milwaukee Bucks, but it still feels weird that number 34 will be in a Heat jersey next year, not a Bucks jersey. I don't know. I don't like it.
I know. I feel like no matter how many times we introed lots of different stories this morning talking about the Giannis era being over, it doesn't sound right.
I know.
But it is our reality, and we are getting to usher in some new young Bucks now. So walk us through kind of the two guys that we picked up last night in the draft.
Yeah, so 2 picks for Milwaukee. As you see the tweet from the official team account there, Young Bucks is what they're calling them, and that's what they are. So 2 different picks for Milwaukee. They went into the night knowing that they would have the number 10 pick. Actually, the first time that GM John Horst has been able to pick in the lottery, the highest pick that the Bucks have had since they took Thon Maker, I believe a decade ago now at this point. So the first pick ended up being guard Braden Burries from the University of Arizona. He was a really stellar freshman for a team that made it all the way to the Final Four last year, and he was the leader of that team. This was a draft, Haley, that was strong in guards especially, so a lot of the different projections didn't think that Burries would be around for the Bucks to pick at number 10, so I think they were quite happy to see him still available, still on the board, and that was their selection. He's a guy that's supposed to be a wonderful two-way player, both strong on offense and on defense as well. Obviously a winner and a good leader as he took that team, like I said, so close to a championship for Arizona last year. He's 6'4", 215 pounds, averaged a team-high 16.1 points for the Wildcats last year. Ended up making first team All Big 12, first team All Freshman team. A lot of accolades for him, and thought to be a really nice piece, honestly, for the Bucks to start building around a young player with a lot of skill, good shooter as well. He averaged almost 50% from the field last year, so remains to be seen what he'll do at the pro level, but a lot of skills and traits that you like in a person to build around now for the future. And then the number 13 pick. This will always be notable because it was the selection that was part of that package of players and picks from the Miami Heat. So we can get into some of this, Haley, but the oddity of all the Heat logos and the Heat hat initially, but Nate Amon will be a Milwaukee Buck next year, and as you can see, the Bucks already welcoming him to town. He's got an interesting, upside downside to him. So he was a kid who, coming out of high school, was a McDonald's All-American, supposed to be one of the best prospects in the nation. Ends up at Tennessee last year for his freshman season, his one and only season. You could see the changing of the hats there, the changing of the guard. New hat for Nate, according to the Bucks. Started out pretty slow, considering what people were expecting of him with the Vols. Finished much stronger, though, and had a solid showing in the NCAA tournament as well. So he is a 6'10", 211-pound forward. He was named to the SEC All-Freshman team, so again, there's a lot of talent, a lot of productivity there, but not necessarily the high-end production that folks expected from his freshman season with all of the accolades he came out of high school with. But he was still such a high prospect as a high schooler, still believes to have a series of projectable skills at the NBA. This was a name that was connected to the Bucks a lot in some of the coverage leading up to the draft, someone that people thought would be there and was kind of a worthy pick in that late lottery period at number 13, where he's certainly a developmental player. You expect a guy like Braden Burries to kind of come in and produce and adjust to that pro game perhaps faster than Ament will, but if they hit on this and if he is able to transition his game to the next level, there's a lot of skills, a lot of raw talent there that could project into a nice player.
Okay, I just want to stop really quick and tell our viewers that I asked Carl to do this at like 11, and he goes, I don't know that much about the two players, but sure. And clearly you've done your research, because what do you mean you don't know about them? That was great. That's what we needed, a little breakdown here.
Yeah.
Also interesting to me, as somebody who goes to bed earlier, didn't really watch the draft, is the fact that, to your point there, when we used this 13th pick, it was the Miami Heat's pick.
Yeah.
He was given a Miami Heat hat, which eventually became a Bucks hat. And we heard from John Horst, but he still can't actually acknowledge the trade. This is so fascinating to me.
I think this is so odd, and a lot of people who follow this even more closely than I say, look, we have to change this. This is not what happens in the NFL, for example. Once a pick is traded, it's that new team with that draft selection that gets to pick their player. The NBA works differently just based on the league rules and whatnot. So yes, officially, the Giannis trade has not gone through. And no, if you're a Bucks fan hoping that number 34 stays, he's going to Miami. That's a done deal now. It's just not officially official according to the league. So as a result, John Horst last night, you'll notice, the GM of the Bucks, was asked about it. Did not say anything specifically about what everyone else was talking about yesterday and today, and wants to hear Horst's decision-making and reasoning behind that trade. He did not address the trade of his superstar to Miami. On the other hand, he is able to talk about the selection that they made based on a pick in that draft. So I don't understand exactly why. The Bucks obviously are able to announce that Nate Amon is coming to town. John Horst is able to talk about him as a player, despite the fact that initially it is the Miami Heat select with the number 13 pick, despite everyone knowing that he's ending up in Milwaukee. So it's just one of those oddities of how the league works and some of the official rules there. But that is the case, and we will, of course, be following up with John Horst when he is able to officially announce the trade and describe more about what that period was like negotiating with Miami. Negotiating with Boston is believed to be something that was happening behind the scenes as well, and ultimately choosing that selection of players and picks from Miami.
Carl, it's like it's officially unofficial.
Yeah,
like,
I guess
don't know how else to describe it.
It's like back in the day where if you weren't Facebook official, you weren't actually dating. I think it's not officially official yet, but we're getting there.
But based on the fact that he's in a Bucks hat and he has a 13th pick with the Miami Heat, it's official.
Attended a WNBA game on Giannis's standpoint with Bam Adebayo, his new teammate last night. So yeah, they're doing it all. Hey, man, Haley, you got it all covered for me. I love this.
Well, I do have to say, Carl and I share a brain cell a little bit because I just asked them to pull this up and then Carl referenced
Boom,
it.
there
so
you go.
That worked out well.
Now, the other oddity here is that the WNBA is basically owned and operated by the NBA as well. So why is the WNBA's official account able to say the newest member of the Miami Heat?
Yeah.
Anyway, we all know what's happening here. This is Giannis. I was kind of curious about this. You know, big trade goes down on Monday. Everyone's talking about it on Tuesday. Does he hide from the spotlight? No, front and center, sitting courtside there. I believe that's with one of his boys. And I think his wife Mariah and the family was there as well to watch the New York Liberty and the Las Vegas Aces go at it. And there was another video as well of Giannis and Bam Adebayo, the star from the Heat, walking in together, getting some time together. They've, of course, had quite a rivalry over the years, the Heat and the Bucks. So many interesting playoff matchups, many of them going Miami's way, a couple going Milwaukee's way. Those two will now be quite the pairing in the Eastern Conference.
Now that we know Giannis is in Las Vegas, I hope he was still feeling all of the love from Milwaukee, especially as we saw, 13 structures downtown light up green for Giannis last night and Bobby Portis.
I'm sure some things filtered through to him as well. But yeah, I would also, if I was him, maybe shut off my social media for a while.
Okay, now I need Carl to take off Carl the anchor hat and put on Carl the Bucks fan hat.
Okay, got it.
How do you feel about Braden and Nate?
I mean, I think they're doing the best with what they can, right? I think from what I've read, Braden Burry's being available at 10 is a nice get. That's a really good pickup, a player you can certainly project to be a contributor at the NBA level and potentially build a starting five around for down the road. Of course, all this gets kicked down the road in terms of what we're expecting from Milwaukee going forward. I think Amon, it's kind of a we'll wait and see, right? They've worked with developmental prospects before. Giannis Antetokounmpo being the most perfect example of that, was not anywhere near a two-time MVP when he got to Milwaukee, and we know what he turned into. Other players like Thon Maker before this, other players that John Horst has drafted have not panned out, frankly, and that's been a hole for the team that they were not able to replenish the roster with young players in the draft. So if they're able to develop Amon into what he could be, that's another great get in the teens there of the NBA draft, but we'll see because the track record has not necessarily been there.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I pledged my allegiance as a Bucks fan when I covered their home opener last season. It didn't necessarily go the way I think a lot of Bucks fans wanted. I'm sad to lose Giannis, but I'm excited for the future, and I'm going to remain the Milwaukee Bucks fan, and you and I are going to go to a game next season.
So let it be known, when Haley became a Bucks fan, they automatically missed the playoffs for the first time after 9 straight appearances.
I also was invited into the locker room of the home opener, and what's the jersey I held? Giannis's, and now Giannis is it me? Am I the bad luck?
I didn't say it. But we'll still, we will still continue to root. New coach in town, obviously, with Taylor Jenkins. He kind of went through a similar developmental run with the Memphis Grizzlies for a while, quite successfully. So hopefully we can kind of recreate that here in Milwaukee going forward.
And hopefully going forward, there's more of an excitement. Obviously, yesterday, very somber. No one will ever forget Giannis and the legacy he made here and the impact he had in Milwaukee. But moving forward, new chapter, we're ready to cheer on the Bucks.
All right.
We got
and
this.
tickets might be cheaper when we go to a game next year, too, outside of the Miami Heat being in town.
Before I let you go, I just remembered I wanted you to
Okay.
get to advertise a little something you're doing.
Oh, thank you so much. Man, you are hooking it up today, Haley. We are very excited about this. So Brian Polson, Fox 6 investigator, regular contributor on the live desk, of course, and I host Open Record, the Fox 6 podcast here. Usually it's at this great little studio. We bring guests in, do a whole range of topics. We've already had a World Cup focused episode. Tomorrow, though, we are taking the show on the road. We are so excited to head to South Milwaukee. That's actually where Brian Cramp was for us this morning. It's been one of the places to go and watch the World Cup throughout the tournament run already. They've been doing these block parties through Morin's Pub there. Great spot in South Milwaukee. And we're going to join the party tomorrow. So this is going to be 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We are going to do a live episode of Open Record. We already have some guests lined up for you. It'll be a fun conversation, all things World Cup. This is, of course, the same day that the U.S. men's national team has its final match of the group stage. They've already clinched the group, so there's some interesting debate about how they should handle this last match. Do you keep the good vibes going, try to play most of the starters and keep that momentum going into the knockout round, or do you take the rest? Do you take the opportunity of not possibly picking up a yellow card for some of those key players like Tyler Adams? Anyway, Brian and I will get into all of it tomorrow afternoon. Again, 2 o'clock at Morin's Pub. I'm sure Haley's going to have a comment about the name here. And that's ahead of the Ecuador-Germany game, which is at 3 o'clock tomorrow on Fox 6. So we'll lead into that. We're hoping for a great party there, as they have had so much fun for the World Cup already, and we're going to experience some of that live. So that'll be streaming as well tomorrow afternoon if people can't make it to South Milwaukee. But Fox 6 viewers, soccer fans, we'd love to see you out there. We'll try to have some back and forth with the fans there as well.
Yeah, it is Morin's. We learned live on air. We asked, Carl thought it was Morin's, which according to the social media research, because Carl, Carl does his research.
If you go to the pub's own social media page, all of the video clips say Moran's, which is what I thought it was.
Yes, we learned that's the American way of saying
either the British, the
bar
English,
owner's
or
last
American
name.
pronunciation.
Yeah.
But it's an Irish pub, Irish owner. He says the official, authentic way to say it is Moran's.
I mean, it is his last name, so I do think that he knows how to say his last name.
Yeah, I just love, he was so accommodating with Brian. He was like, however you want to say it, it's fine. Like, Moran's is fine. Like, it's your name. If you want it to be Moran's, we'll do it. That's good.
And everyone could go see Carl, Brian Polson at their live podcast taping there tomorrow.
I better go do some more research, huh?
Well, Carl loves his research. Carl, we appreciate your research because you really helped us understand these draft picks.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us.
I didn't mention this, but quickly, the Bucks don't have a second-round pick, so
Right.
tonight is round 2 of the NBA draft. We're not expecting anything going in, but John Horst being John Horst, you never know if they start to move some more pieces around, maybe pick up a second-round pick if they like a player.
He did allude that they could be working on some things
All
behind the scenes. So even if you are a Bucks fan thinking there's no chance you're getting a draft pick tonight, I would still tune in.
True.
Yeah. All right, Carl Deffenbaugh joining us there from the newsroom. Thank you so much, Carl. Always helpful to have him break down some of those sports stories for us. Also very helpful to have a meteorologist on hand to break down the forecast because, Stephanie, it has been a wet one out there today, and I know there's more rain coming to us.
In fact, more is developing as we speak, Haley, but we've already picked up a decent amount. There's been a handful of communities, especially the southern half of our viewing area, that have picked up over an inch of rainfall. We've seen 2 batches of steady rain, one earlier while most of us were sleeping, and then, of course, the second one that began just after 7, 8 a.m. So it's been rainy, to say the very least. Now, we are watching a little bit more developing out towards the west. These are more spotty showers with some embedded thunder and lightning. Nothing strong, nothing severe, but we are still looking at that possibility going forward. You can see southern Fond du Lac County, parts of Dodge County, just east of Janesville, a little cell getting going, and Racine and Kenosha. You guys are still dealing with the steady rain that was associated with that batch that began a couple hours ago. Everybody else, it's really just a shower here, a shower there. Strongest storms are way west of our viewing area, out in Iowa, and even those, technically speaking, are not even strong. So essentially, we're doing okay right now. Here's some of that activity that started in Iowa that has now moved into southwestern parts of our state. You can actually see some lightning associated with some of those showers and thunderstorms. Kind of the first time we've seen it, as most of us have just dealt with, just those run-of-the-mill steady rain showers much of the morning. Now, all of this will continue to move eastward. We likely won't see what's far west for a couple more hours, maybe after 3 p.m. But as I just showed you, we already have more of that activity developing in our own area. So although the rest of the day is not going to be a widespread rain like we saw this morning, we will be dodging showers and thunderstorms pretty much from here on out throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening, and even potentially through those late night hours. The warm front is north of us, and I know it doesn't feel like a warm front has moved through because of the cloud cover and the rain showers. Temperatures are still in the 50s and low 60s in a handful of spots. So it's kind of cool out there at the moment. With the cold front still being out towards the west, it is going to keep the energy in, meaning the chance for some more of this development certainly going to be with us here through the remainder of the day today. Now, one change from yesterday, though we've been talking about it all morning long, if you've been watching any of our newscasts on Fox 6, is that we are in a slight risk for severe weather. So yesterday, we were under a marginal risk, which is that level 1. So all this essentially means is that think of a severe weather threat from 1 to 5, with 5 meaning likely severe weather. We're kind of in the middle there at a 2. So there is the chance absolutely for at least a few storms to potentially strengthen enough to be severe later this afternoon. Not a widespread severe event expected here locally, but it does look a little greater for chance of stronger storms compared to yesterday. And just to put a timeline to it, I know we've already mentioned that it's basically from here on out going to be some of these hit or miss showers and thunderstorms. You'll notice from 1 to your 3 o'clock hour, plenty of activity across our area. Dinner hour, maybe a little less, but still a few pop-ups. Another round potentially 8, 9, 10 p.m. And then we'll really see activity begin to decrease or diminish as we get past midnight. Now tomorrow, the first day of the second weekend of Summerfest, we have a lot going on down there. Meet and greet at Fox 6. I'll be down there. I'm sure Haley will talk about her excitement later on. But we have just the slight chance for a pop-up storm later in the afternoon. I think between about 4 and maybe 8 p.m., just a few of these pop-ups. I don't expect it to be anything like what we see today, but it is still a possibility for your Thursday. Now back to today's chance for some stronger storms. I think at this point, hail really does look to be the primary threat in anything we see going forward. But technically speaking, damaging wind, an isolated tornado, and even some flash flooding, not out of the question. You know, we've picked up, as we talked about at the beginning, over an inch of rain in a handful of spots. So with this continuing on and off, it's absolutely possible that by later tonight, we do start to see a little bit of at least low-lying flooding or urban flooding in parts of the area. Temperature-wise, obviously we're not focusing on it much today because it primarily is a day of storms and rain showers from here. We may reach 70 in any dry time, but most of us will struggle with the extensive cloud cover. That being said, once we get through our stormy day today and maybe that pop-up tomorrow, our focus will switch over to incoming heat. You'll notice by the second half of the weekend and especially early next week, we're going to jump into the 80s and then 90s, and we could actually have a few more 90s during next week. Of course, that's the holiday week. The holiday itself, 4th of July, is not until that following weekend, but still, maybe you're going out and about or doing some outdoor prep for the upcoming 4th of July holiday. Next week is going to be steamy. And I say steamy not only because of temperatures, but also because of potential dew points. So I know that's a ways away. Right now we're focusing in, of course, on the chance for more of the showers and thunderstorms going forward this afternoon. But past that, Haley, it's going to be all about the heat and the humidity for the second half of the weekend and start to next week.
All right, Steph, you did just kind of hint at it that I'm maybe paying, I always pay close attention to your forecast.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. But when I'm going to be outside for a concert like Ed Sheeran, along with our other Wisconsin Live Desk host, Maddie Stelk, tomorrow night, I did ask you, even, that's Maddie, she's very excited. I did ask you before we even bought our tickets, because we did go for the lawn, and I was worried about rain. And you're saying there's a chance that there could be a little shower, but you're not thinking downpour, long event by any means.
No, I know. I think if we see it in Milwaukee, it'll be in and out quickly. It'll be isolated. So nothing like the rain that's lasted for the last 2-3 hours today. Yeah. It'll be in, it'll be out. Yeah, it could absolutely be a bit of a heavy rain at times, depending on if there is thunder in it or any lightning in it. But Summerfest, as we all know, you just kind of run under one of those little canopies and you'll be just fine. And certainly by the time the concert is getting started itself, I think most of the area will be beginning to dry out. So not terribly concerned, just something to just be aware of that there is that chance tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Ed Sheeran song?
I don't know the name of it. Do you know the name of the one that I told you earlier?
Remind me.
It was like, like that Bali sounding one.
Oh, yeah.
His recent.
Yeah.
Wait,
Maddie,
what is it?
help us out here. Anybody?
Wait, what
I
is
think
it?
it's Celestial. No.
Is that it? I don't know.
Oh, is it? It's not Barcelona, is it?
No.
I love Barcelona, though.
It's a good
I'll look
one.
it up and I'll tell you the next
Okay.
time I see you.
Okay, that's perfect because you are going to join us again.
I will, yes, and hopefully everything again will just be run-of-the-mill shower and storms. But if anything were to perk up, I'll of course, I don't know, maybe just let you guys know and cut in as necessary.
I was like, you know it, you holler, and we will get you on the Wisconsin Live desk as soon as anything does pop up. But to your point, we hope it doesn't. All right, Steph, thank you so much for joining us, giving us that live look and update on the forecast, as it has been a pretty wet Wednesday. A lot of people joke the sky is reflecting how a lot of Bucks fans feel with the loss of Giannis and Bobby Portis Jr. But to quote Stephanie Quirk, above the clouds, there is that sunshine, and that's how people can feel with this, next era of the Milwaukee Bucks that's about to begin, especially with our new draft picks. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the live desk. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:32 on your Wednesday afternoon. I will be with you all the way to 1:30, then Maddie Stelk. Oh, I totally lied. I'm going to be with you until 2 p.m. today, then Maddie Stelk taking over.
Yeah.
Maddie will get you all the way to 3:30 here on the Live Desk. We've been covering heavily a lot of Bucks news, which is very important, but we know there are also some other sports fans out there, so we got to talk World Cup. Going to take a live look here at No Nomad. Of course, this is where we have one of our cameras where a lot of these really exciting watch parties happen. Right now, obviously, no games have started for the day yet, so no one is in attendance quite yet, although maybe we have the world's biggest Switzerland or Canada fan, because there is one person with that prime seating near the TV, but everyone else, I'm sure, will gather over the next couple hours. Maybe a hard day for the outdoor watch parties as well, since we are expecting the rain, so maybe a better chance to watch the games indoors, but you can easily do that since they're right here on Fox 6. All right, let's look over what games you can find today. You will have Switzerland taking on Canada. That is at 2 p.m. And then we have Scotland versus Brazil at 5 p.m. Czechia taking on Mexico at 8 p.m. Today, all of these matches are what begins the final round, that third and final round of group play. So we'll see which countries advance then to what will eventually become the kind of elimination rounds as we make our way to the finale on July 19th and see who will be holding up that World Cup trophy. A lot of people feeling like, you know, we could see a repeat from Argentina. Certainly they have showed up and shown off these first two matches of their World Cup. Lionel Messi, now the all-time highest scorer in the World Cup. He scored his 17th and 18th goals on Monday to set that new record. But we saw another record-breaking day yesterday. Cristiano Ronaldo scored a goal in his match, which meant that he has now scored a goal in the last 6 World Cups. He becomes the first player to ever score in 6 World Cups. So certainly getting to see some athletes at a very, very, very high skill level here. For anyone waiting for Team USA's next match, that will come tomorrow. They're taking on Turkey at 9 p.m. So a little bit of a late night match, but if you're wondering, hey, where can I find that? You already know the answer. Right here on Fox 6. Of course, they've been off to a great start. They are 2-0 for their matches, winning both of their first 2 rounds in the group stage, set to automatically advance. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. Can they just go for the grand sweep? And yes, in case anyone's wondering, Turkey is the new way to pronounce Turkey. A couple of years back, they did actually request with the United Nations for their official country spelling to change, as well as the pronunciation. So if you notice, we don't have it today since they're not playing today. Turkey now is spelled a little bit differently, and the proper way to pronounce it would be Turkey. So I've been learning a lot through this World Cup, and that's one of the many lessons under my belt now from the FIFA 2026 World Cup. Again, we'll keep our eye here on Nomad. We'll see if more people arrive to watch any of those games, but we'll also have some live reports coming up for you throughout the Wisconsin Live Desk at these host cities, because as a reminder, there are 11 U.S. host cities that are getting to host these various World Cup games. There's 16 in total. It's the North American World Cups. There's also games happening in Canada and Mexico. But again, we are so excited to get to bring you so many of these World Cup matches. We're also so excited as we switch gears here from World Cup coverage to Summerfest coverage for weekend 2 of Summerfest to kick off tomorrow. Obviously, I mentioned very excited for Ed Sheeran, very excited for Maddie to go with me. It's like a little wild field trip, Maddie. Taking Wild on the road.
I know. I'm so excited.
Wild is Wisconsin Live Desk. I always forget when I that's when we reference it, because it's Wisconsin WI Live Desk LD, just in case anyone thought that was a weird reference there. But before Ed Sheeran, come out and meet some of your favorite Fox Sixers. We will be at the T-Mobile stage. Of course, that's where we have a great partnership. From 2 to 4 p.m. So I know I'm going to be there. I know Brian Cramp is going to be there. Stephanie Barrichello is going to be there. And I know there are going to be even more than that on hand. So please come out, say hi if you are able to. We'll be there for the full 2 hours. Then I'm going to go get a quick power nap before Ed Sheeran, because I have to be at work at 3:30 on Friday. So you're going to see a tired Haley on Wake Up come Friday, but it's totally going to be worth it for Ed Sheeran. So yeah, please come out and say hi to us. We can't wait to get to meet you tomorrow. Again, the T-Mobile stage there, Summerfest tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m. And we've been saying, come, snap a selfie, say hi, and maybe tell us your favorite Summerfest memory. I do want to add to that. I would love if you would tell me like your number 1 food recommendation at Summerfest. I am collecting a little list, and each time I go, I'm crossing something off, and it helps me narrow down what's like the must try when you guys give me your tried and true recommendations. So if you're watching right now on YouTube, we do have the YouTube comments enabled. I would love if you guys would chime in, join the conversation. We heard from Jeffrey a few days ago. I think he said the Saz's fries are what I absolutely have to try. But if you have something else, I'm going to get the platter next. That's my goal for these next couple of days at Summerfest. But please join the conversation. When you comment on our YouTube page, we're actually able to show them right here on the live desk. So Caleb, hi back to you. I think you also submitted a little wave. Thank you for joining us today on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We really do appreciate when you guys chime in as you're watching on things you like or things you want to add your own input to. So Caleb, it's great to have you with us today. If you've never watched the live desk before, again, we'll be all the way on until 3:30 this afternoon. And if you are watching the live desk and maybe you're on fox6now.com or Fox Local and you also want to chime in, just open up the Fox 6 YouTube page. When you go to the live tab, you'll find our live news 24/7. That's where the Wisconsin Live Desk is right now. Click on that and you'll see a spot to comment and we'll show them off. You never know when your comment might be right here on the live desk. All right, we're going to take a quick break here and then we're going to go check in on more World Cup. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:42. A couple of moments ago, we were talking all things World Cup, as of course we get ready for another full lineup of matches right here on Fox 6 this afternoon, as well as the fact that there are 11 U.S. host cities for these matches. Of course, there's also some games going on in Canada and Mexico. But we want to head out west a little bit here to Seattle. That's where Sarah Allegre is. Of course, a very important match taking place this afternoon. You've got Bosnia-Herzegovina taking on Qatar. What's the environment like out there, Sarah? I imagine a lot of people very excited for yet another day of soccer.
Hi there, Haley. I mean, absolutely. Just about an hour and a half ago, we had a ton of Bosnia fans, repping their colors, the blue and yellow, with their flags over their shoulders, and they were just marching through to Seattle Stadium. So a lot of excitement and enthusiasm with them. And then yesterday, I spent the latter half of the day with a lot of the fans from Qatar, and they were showing up, showing out. I mean, they had the red smoke gun, and they had their flags and everything, chanting right in one of this plaza here in Seattle. We've had beautiful weather, too, to accommodate the two fan bases here throughout the day. So really, the past couple of days into this morning, you feel the lead up, the anticipation, the excitement. But then also, as you said, I mean, there's a lot at stake here as well. So some anxiety, dare I say, anticipation for what's ahead. It's a, win or go home situation. And here's the thing. They both had a draw for their first game. They lost heavily in the second match. So at this point moving forward, a draw is going to help neither team. A win is what they need, but still it's not even a guarantee here at the end of the day. So more than anything, they're just fighting for that win, hoping to move forward. You have a lot of folks that are trying to avoid a 16-hour flight home. They want to stay here on U.S. soil, Haley.
Yeah, you talk about, I think a lot of people think, oh, the games that really matter start in the next round once you get to those knockout games. But no, for these two teams, it's important because even if they win, there's a chance they don't advance. So absolutely, to your point there, a tie is not going to be helpful. I got to just ask for you, though, as we talk World Cup in general, how fun is it for you as a reporter to get to be in these host cities, to get to talk about, the world's largest sporting event? I'm jealous sitting here in Milwaukee of you.
Oh, it's such an amazing opportunity. I think for so many of us covering this, you have to pinch yourself being able to cover such an historic event as this, having it here on U.S. soil, 11 different host cities across the country. And we've been able to dabble and kind of travel to a couple of those different host cities. And I think with each one, you have a different experience to report on. This is my first time in Seattle in quite some time, so it's been great to explore, but then exploring such a beautiful city during a time where you have the World Cup going on. I've had the privilege to cover the World Series, the World Baseball Classic, but now adding this to the mix, it is quite the check mark off of my just bucket list in general. And it's been so fun and humbling too to meet so many people from different countries, different backgrounds, different perspectives, and seeing the merging of certain cultures and really the appreciation of the United States, the American people too, has been beautiful, and how we can share that back. And so to be here covering this, I still can't believe it, Haley.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes we live in a world where we feel so far apart and people feel like we're so different. And an event like this brings us together and reminds us that we have a lot in common, even when we don't remember that. So I can only imagine how fun it is for you to get to cover the World Cup. As you've dabbled in some of these host cities, what are some of the interactions you've had with fans? I imagine for some of them, this is inspiring as they're maybe younger, learning how to play the sport. For others, it's that chance to really be proud of your country.
Absolutely. I love talking to the little ones, the future soccer stars who are watching their players participate out on the pitch and seeing what that means to them, hearing a lot about their fan base and how certain players have inspired them. I know when I was in Houston covering it, a lot of Cristiano Ronaldo fans, of course, and talking about how he's inspired their game, and little ones here in the U.S. who are now picking up soccer because of the FIFA World Cup too. And I think that's been an interesting thing to talk about. We've covered the lead up to this for quite some time. Now we're actually living in the experience. And I think since the start of our coverage to today, you've seen a big shift too. A lot more younger fans definitely interested. So I love talking to them and just feeding off of their excitement too. But when I was back in Houston, I think one of my favorite things to ask folks, I said, hey, have you tried Texas barbecue? That was a big win that everyone I talked to, no matter what country, they were such a fan. And then also Tex-Mex. That is something we cherish where we are at, and they love the queso. I certainly could relate in that regard, so just to share those experiences too. And I know through some of our Fox local stations as well, there's been quite the fascination and fixation on ranch dressing too, and I think that is a fun takeaway we have to talk about. We can't let that go away. A lot of folks trying to take ranch dressing with them back on the plane, so TSA pre-check having their own issues, or TSA in general rather, having their own issue in that regard. So I think talking to fans about all of that has been super fun. You never know what the big takeaways are going to be here when you come and visit a new land.
Sometimes the takeaways have nothing to do with soccer and everything to do with food, as you just mentioned, Sarah. As a Midwest girl, we love our ranch, and I've loved seeing people come from overseas and want to take it home. And to your point, TSA just reminding you, if you're going to do it, put it in a checked bag, not a carry-on. Lots of good advice there, Sarah. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Enjoy Seattle, and of course, we'll keep our eye on this match this afternoon because it is a high-stakes one. Sarah Allegre there reporting live from Seattle. She is always so good in her reports, and there's so much excitement in that city and really just around the country right now when it comes to all things soccer. I'm going to pull up the lineup for Fox 6 on the matches that we will have. We won't have that one with Qatar, but we'll keep our eye on the score and we'll pass it along to you, because what we'll be showing you at 2 p.m. instead is Switzerland taking on Canada. Of course, 5 p.m. we've got Scotland versus Brazil, and 8 p.m. we've got Czechia versus Mexico. So another full day, full slate of these matches. And again, this is kind of now starting that third final round of the group stage. Whichever teams move on, they'll be in that knockout round where every single game very much matters because it's win or go home. But as we just talked to Sarah, some of these teams in this final round, it's win or go home. Even if we find out Bosnia or Herzegovina wins, or we find out Qatar wins, it doesn't mean either of them will automatically advance. They need some other teams in their groups to lose as well. So that's kind of what makes the World Cup exciting. We're seeing records get smashed. We are seeing underdogs pull off some impressive victories, or sometimes that victory is a draw, but it's been really exciting. And you've seen some people perform the way you would expect them to. I don't think anyone was disappointed at Lionel Messi's hat trick in round one, or disappointed in his 17th and 18th, both, again, record-breaking goals in round two. And again, for Cristiano Ronaldo, making history yesterday, now scoring in 6 World Cups. He is the only player to do that. So it's been really fun already, and we're really just getting started when it comes to all things World Cup. My producer Delaney says we have a new YouTube comment that just came in, so thanks for doing that. Oh, I like this comment. Go Germany. Okay, so you guys are into the World Cup. You're cheering on your teams. When does Germany play next? Let's Google it. I have not been staying really close to Germany. Okay, they're in Group E. They play tomorrow against Ecuador. Go Team Germany. Love that you are cheering them on. Maybe you'll be at one of the outdoor watch parties tomorrow. I actually think that will be the game going on tomorrow at Morin's, when Carl and Brian Polson will be recording their live podcast. So maybe you, Duquesne, want to go to Morin's tomorrow to cheer on Germany. I imagine you'll be in a great crowd. A lot of people so excited for the World Cup. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the live desk. We'll be right back after this.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:53 on your Wednesday afternoon. And it is a pretty gloomy Wednesday afternoon here in Milwaukee. Lots of clouds in the sky. You can see some raindrops left behind here on our camera. We are expecting more showers to happen this afternoon and evening. Again, Stephanie Barrichello is in the weather office. If anything does pop up, since there is a chance of severe weather this afternoon and evening, she will hop on the live desk right away. But of course, we'll also get you another full look at your forecast coming up in a little bit right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. In the meantime, when we first came to you here at noon, of course, we listened to kind of the end of the Milwaukee leaders hearing when they were in the public comment kind of section. As we've heard again, these two aldermen, it's Bauman and Brower, have written this proposal, this concept of maybe replacing We Energies and instead going public when it comes to power, kind of introducing the concept of a city-run model. So they held a hearing earlier today. We're going to go back and listen to the beginning portion of it so you can also hear from Milwaukee city leaders. We did hear some of the input from everyday people in that public hearing kind of comment section, and now we'll hear from those city leaders. So let's go ahead and listen in here together.
My deep gratitude to you and to the staff here at City Hall and this body for meeting today to discuss this really, really important topic. Because we are faced with so much here in the city of Milwaukee. Not only are we faced with rising prices across the board, whether it's these landlords gouging us or Kroger shutting grocery stores down and then raising prices, or whether it's, frankly, our current utility continuing to raise prices again and again. The working people of this city are suffering right now. And I am so glad that this council and this body are taking heed of that and exploring this possibility today for us to utilize Chapter 197 of the Wisconsin State Statutes to replace We Energies with a utility that's democratically owned. As a socialist alderman, I believe that we should have democracy in every single part of our economy. Because it's one thing to just elect people. It's one thing to be able to vote for president. It's one thing to be able to vote for your representative. But it's another thing to be able to have a say in the material conditions that affect you every single day. And when you have a corporation like We Energies that's first, they may suppose and present that their first priority is to deliver electricity. But as with any company that you can trade on Wall Street, the real hidden, or maybe not so hidden, priority of that entity is to deliver profits for shareholders. And I think it's about time that in this world we seriously reconsider that economic arrangement where we have an economy where every single human life is valued. Everybody has an equal say, no matter what zip code you live in, no matter what your skin color is, no matter what your gender is, that we have equality and that we have democracy. And so this is one step that is allowed under the current state law. We're not asking Madison to do us any favors here, although we do think they should, but we're not asking Madison to do us any favors. We are advocating under current law. And I ran on this, and I am so proud that we are hearing this right now, to have this conversation about whether we use this statute that currently exists in law, which is one step for us to be able to have an economy that works for every single person, where everybody is self-actualized, where everyone can reach their full potential, where no one is oppressed. And I know there's probably some right-wing troll out there that's going to comment on me saying that, because 1130 Talk Radio was just talking about making fun of people fighting oppression this morning. But I actually think it's a good idea to fight oppression. Because yeah, I actually think we should be doing that in this world. Call me a crazy leftist Marxist here, but I think that people should be able to live their lives how they want and have a say in every single aspect of their lives. And so I just really appreciate, Mr. Chair, the opportunity of calling this meeting. I appreciate everybody on this committee for showing up today. And I especially, and also I want to thank our experts here who are going to testify and provide testimony, as well as the members of the public who are here as well. Look at this crowd. Look at these people who've shown up on a work day. Some of you I know have taken off of work because this issue is so important to discuss here today. So I just want to say from the bottom of my heart to every single person present here, thank you for raising your voice. It's one thing to be an elected official, but it's another thing to really be a member of the community and advocate and stand up when it's difficult. So all of you are doing that today. Thank you all so much, and thank you so much for allowing me to have some remarks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Mr. Carpenter indicated a desire to make an opening statement as well.
Yes, I would like to make an opening statement too. First of all, I want to reiterate that I took the public transit here, the Green Line, with my wife, and I believe in public transit. So the government does a lot of good things in providing services, public transit being one of them. That's why I'm on this committee. But I also believe in public utilities. Let me read a few comments using my background as an economics instructor. I'm a proud member of Milwaukee DSA. Yeah. Also, I believe in a mixed economy, whereas there is a place for markets and competition and profit, but also a place for government-provided services. The provisions of utilities like sewer, water, and energy have proven to be a good place for government services. When I first started reading about publicly owned nonprofit utilities, I learned this is no far-out fringe idea. It is a model supported all over the country by people of different political persuasions. Let's get the facts straight. Energy networks are what economists call natural monopolies, allowing multiple companies to provide redundant energy networks in a given geographical area makes no economic sense. Energy networks are best provided by monopolies. The problem is, We Energies is a profit-driven monopoly, and sometimes profits get in the way of providing the best solution to a problem. For example, sometimes it's more cost-effective to improve energy efficiency rather than to provide more energy. But a for-profit utility does not have the incentive to provide energy efficiency because this reduces the consumption of energy and this reduces profits. Consider data centers. All over this country, communities are enacting moratoriums on data centers because of negative effects of these data centers on utility bills, the environment, and other negative externalities. But profit-driven utilities have no incentive to oppose data centers because data centers lead to higher energy consumption and higher profits. Recently, We Energies proposals were reviewed by the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin, and let's review some of the things that Thomas Content said about this review process. Some of the things that We Energy tried to pull off because they're a for-profit company. But before I do that, I just want to bring attention to the bill to a notice I received from We Energies with my last energy bill, saying that my energy bill will increase by double digits next year, 10.28%. That is totally unacceptable. And it's being driven by a for-profit motive. I believe that a publicly owned utility would not be increasing my bill by double digits next year. But let me take a couple quotes from this excellent article in the Journal Sentinel by Thomas Content, who is the executive director of the Citizens Utility Board of Wisconsin. And this is some of the things that We Energies was trying to get away from that the Public Service Commission rejected. Rejected We Energies proposals to require consumers to pay 25% or about $1 billion for natural gas power plants to be built for data centers. Decided that customer protections should be in place for smaller data centers. We Energies smaller data centers than We Energies has proposed. data centers rate increases. CUB will scrutinize Aliens and Excel's energy data centers plans. CUBS will actively review the price hike proposals We Energies and WPS put forward, seeking double-digit increases for residential customers over the next 2 years. Beyond data centers, Wisconsin needs to put affordability first. Energy costs have been rising at a clip well above inflation since data centers showed up. To soften the blow, CUB recommends these changes be implemented by the governor and the legislature. Stop utilities from profiting on dead power plants. Customers across the state are paying $1 billion for piles of rubble that have nothing to do with keeping the lights on. Restore balance in how the state's energy future unfolds. Utilities push profit-centric plans that rely solely on building power plants, but ignore energy efficiency and other technologies that can save customers on their bills. A better planning process for each utility's needs, including distribution, can fix this. Enact reforms to ensure utility profits are linked to affordability and how well power companies tackle the burden high energy costs place on people struggling to make energy ends meet. Instead of lowering the profits, I say they shouldn't have profits. Yeah. We need a nonprofit system. Let's reduce the profits. Let's end the profits. Our bills will be lower. Our energy system's more sustainable, and we'll move forward in a better fashion. So thank you very much for allowing me to make this comment. Thank you, good people of Milwaukee, for coming out. Sure, you're coming out because you're concerned about your energy bill, which you should be. But you're also concerned about the energy bills of people who cannot afford this, to have low income and find a difficult time affording these high energy bills. You're also concerned about the environment. So thank you for being people of conscience who care about the environment, who care about the next generation, who care about poor people. And of course, like normal human beings, you care about yourself. So thank you very much for being here.
Okay, any other board members wish to make opening statements? All right, then we'll proceed to our business. We have one item of housekeeping, and that is to approve the minutes of the previous meeting, which was 2 years ago, back on May 10th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the previous minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, good. The minutes are out of the way.
All right, we've been listening in again to this kind of replay of a hearing that happened earlier this morning, just a couple hours ago. We actually caught the end of it here on the live desk when it was the public comment section. But again, we've heard some Milwaukee city leaders discuss this concept of replacing We Energies and instead having it be a public way of getting power here in the city and in the county, and instead of having a kind of city-run model, especially as you just heard even in the opening statements, as people have expressed a lot of dissatisfaction with the concept of data centers and the amount of electricity and water and power that those types of plants can have. Again, other people on the other side of the argument see a lot of the benefits of data centers. So we're going to take a quick break here on the live desk, and we're going to get you back out to that replay of the hearing. So just stick with us. We'll be right back in a few minutes. everybody. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:08 on your Wednesday afternoon. Again, a bit dreary outside today. You can see some of those rain clouds, or what looks to be, in my non-weather expert opinion, rain clouds moving into the city. We will have another full look at your forecast coming up in about the next 20 minutes as we do monitor the chance. It's a slight chance, a very small chance, but there is that chance in the forecast for severe weather. Stephanie Barrow-Kello did tell us the most likely thing we might see here this afternoon and evening would be hail, but again, she's in the Weather Center. She is tracking this storm system, and she will let us know the very latest, especially if you do have plans this afternoon or evening. Definitely going to want to bring the umbrella or a rain jacket because we have lots of different showers in our area. In the meantime, want to remind you we have the World Cup games coming up here in a little bit. Going to pull up the lineup again. Switzerland taking on Canada at 2 p.m. We've got Scotland taking on Brazil at 5 p.m. and Czechia versus Mexico at 8 p.m. We are always monitoring, as I've mentioned before, those YouTube comments. We heard from some of you, go Team Germany. If there are any other countries that you guys are cheering on, though, please, by all means, hop in the chat here. Let us know your thoughts, who you're cheering for. We really are excited to have you here in the Wisconsin Live Desk chat here. Caleb said hi earlier today as well, so we'll keep our eye on that chat and see if there's any new comments to bring to you here shortly. In the meantime, we're going to go back out here to City Hall. That's where this hearing was taking place earlier today. Again, Milwaukee leaders discussing the concept of replacing We Energies with a city-run kind of public power option. So we're going to press play here again, get you some of these different testimony and hearing conversations from this morning.
Said earlier, public power serves some very large cities like Los Angeles, Seattle, San Antonio, Omaha, Orlando, Jacksonville, all across the country. But the vast majority of public power utilities are small. About 80% serve communities of 10,000 or fewer, and 70% serve communities of 5,000 or fewer. So public power is very diverse in terms of size, region of the country, and also priorities. So that really plays into the overall concept of public power. It's local decision making, local control, addressing the issues that are most important to the community. So there are 5 core tenets of public power: public ownership, local decision making, not-for-profit operations, cost-based pricing, and customer-first service. So it really is all related to the community and what issues are most important to the community. So public power utilities can adjust their services to what the specific needs of the community are. And so that really plays into the umbrella tenet, I guess, of public power is that local decision making. So decisions on rates, reliability, investments in infrastructure, renewable energy, any other services that the community makes are made here in the community. The community has an opportunity to weigh in on decisions, sit in on public meetings like this. The utilities are overseen by either a city council or elected or appointed utility board. So there's that local oversight. So citizens can vote elected officials in and out of office if they're not addressing the needs of the customer. So it really is that customer first community focus that is most important. And so in general, public power utilities have lower rates, higher reliability differential, but we do have statistics, and some of it is in that document that is noted there and on our website, publicpower.org. There's a lot of statistics on the current differential in terms of rates and reliability. And here in Wisconsin, public power utilities have both lower rates and lower bills than other forms of utilities. In terms of municipalization trends, there are a number of communities that are looking at public power currently, and there have been for many years. I've been at APPA 29 years, and it's been a constant drumbeat of communities that are looking at public power. But I would say there's more interest now than there's ever been in the last several years. And I think, the reasons vary on why communities are looking at public power. Sometimes it's rates. rate increases by the investor-owned utilities have gotten to the point where it's just not tolerable in the community. Sometimes it's reliability, particularly if a storm comes through and the incumbent utility doesn't respond well, then that may prompt a community to explore public power. And sometimes it's long-term reliability issues. Renewable energy has been a really strong driver in the last several years. A lot of communities that are interested in access to more reliable or renewable energy, more environmentally friendly options, and the incumbent utility has not been responsive. That has pushed a number of communities to explore their options. And then economic development. All of these issues play into economic development and the health of the community. And then finally, a lot of communities, when their franchise agreements are expiring, that's a really good opportunity to explore options and just see what's feasible. From APPA's perspective, we don't advocate for communities forming public power utilities. We obviously believe it is the best business model, but it is a local decision. We're here to provide information to help you make an informed decision and help the community understand what public power is and what the benefits may be. But ultimately, that's a decision that needs to be made by the community for the community to ensure that it really is the right decision for you. While there is a lot of interest in public power, I will say that it is relatively rare for new public power utilities to form because it is a lengthy process. It takes time, it takes commitment, it takes money, and there will typically be pushback from the investor-owned utility. So you have to be prepared for that if you're going to move forward. Since 1973, there have been 90 new public power utilities that have formed. There have been 20 in the last 25 years. Most of them were small, and many of them were greenfield developments, so new industrial parks, new residential communities that formed that were not previously served by that investor-owned utility. And so the large-scale examples are relatively rare, but there are some, and there are definitely some that are exploring now, many that are exploring now. So I'll give you a couple quick examples just to show really the diversity of both public power and the municipalization process, because every municipalization campaign is different. So the most recent utility to form was Jefferson County PUD in Washington. They had about 18,000 customers. They formed in 2013. Their issues were more access to renewable energy, lower costs, and higher reliability. And those are all kind of the common points that communities are looking at. But this situation was unique because they came to it, they negotiated a price with the investor-owned utility. So that's unusual. Usually they do go to condemnation proceedings, they go to the courts, but this one was negotiated, which can make the process, it does make the process much quicker and less expensive. So if you're able to negotiate with the incumbent utility, that is the ideal situation. It's relatively rare, but that was the most recent one, and there are other examples like that. The second example I'll provide is Winter Park, Florida, formed in 2005. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary last year. They formed because of reliability concern. They had very poor reliability from the incumbent utility. And when they took over the system, they committed to investing all the profits that were generated from the utility back into the utility to harden the infrastructure. And they undergrounded 80% of their lines within the last 20 years. They have very high reliability, as you can imagine now. Their rates are consistent or lower than the incumbent utility. And they have obviously very strong customer service. In 2024, when Hurricane Milton hit Winter Park, they only lost 250 customers, and they restored them within 12 hours, which is pretty remarkable when you think of a hurricane coming through and wiping out a system in Florida. And then the last example I'll provide is the Long Island Power Authority. They formed in 1998. They have over 1 million customers, so they're very unique. They formed because the investor-owned utility built a nuclear plant that never operated, but there were significant cost overruns, and the prices were skyrocketing. So the state of New York stepped in and created the public power utility. And they're very unique because they have a public-private partnership. So it is a public power utility owned by the community, operated and governed by the utility board, but they outsource the actual operations to PSEG Long Island, which is an investor-owned utility. So they still have the benefits of public power and that local control, but they have outsourced the operations. And Winter Park did something similar when they formed. For the first 10 years, they outsourced their operations, and then ultimately they decided to bring in the operations and run it completely on their own. And they hired a lot of the people that were actually working at that outsourced company initially. So the point of all this is there are many different ways to look at this. There's not a cookie cutter answer for every community. You really do need to look at what's right for you, and that's where that feasibility study starts looking at those options. Very quickly, just to give you a flavor of the communities that are actually looking at public power now, there are a lot of them. And I'll just mention a few, but I'm contacted, I would say every other week, by a new community or state that is looking at what the options may be. So St. Petersburg, Florida, they just approved funding for a feasibility study to be conducted this year. Clearwater, Florida just completed a feasibility study, and so they are now looking at their options, whether they decide to negotiate with the incumbent utility or create a public power utility. And on that note, I will just say that, ultimately the goal may be to form a public power utility, but as you go through this process, the incumbent utility is likely going to offer concessions, and they're going to want you to drop this effort. So that's where it gives you some leverage to maybe negotiate with them, and if they are willing to do whatever you need to do, whether it's reduce rates, improve reliability, it gives you an opportunity to have that discussion with them. And that's where we have seen some situations where a community will explore public power, go through the process, and then the incumbent utility.
Again, we've been kind of listening here to some of the opening remarks of this hearing from earlier today, where Milwaukee leaders and experts in the field discussed the concept of replacing We Energies with a city-run model, essentially making power public. Again, just an idea and a concept right now, nothing finalized. And if you would like to watch this meeting in its entirety, we did listen to some of the public comment live. You can go ahead and head to fox6now.com or inside the Fox Local app. We have the entire stream there from earlier this morning. It's also on our YouTube page if that is where you are joining us from today here on the live desk. All right, we are going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to talk all things Bucks. If you missed it, Carl Deffenbaugh joined us earlier. We kind of broke down the details of our 2 draft picks last night. I will do a much lighter version of a recap, and then we'll get you another check of your forecast as well. Stay with us.
Johnson Live Desk.
everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:23 on your Wednesday afternoon. We are going to take another live look here at Pfizer Forum. Of course, so many people gathering around this spot yesterday and today, as well as at the Giannis mural, as so many people continue to process and maybe try their best at accept the reality that Giannis Antetokounmpo no longer a Milwaukee Buck. If you missed it yesterday, the announcement did come off that Giannis has been traded to the Miami Heat. He, as well as Bobby Portis Jr., are on their way to Miami. In return, we did get 4 other players, including Greenfield native Tyler Hero. He went to Whitnall High School. So for a lot of people, this would be an exciting moment for the hometown guy to kind of come back, get to play for his team. Lots of questions as to whether or not he'll actually play and ever put on a Bucks jersey. Some people think he could be a good player to use in another trade as they continue to try and start this rebuilding process in this next new era, one without Giannis Antetokounmpo. Tyler was a 2025 All-Star. So we'll see if he ends up being a Milwaukee Buck or not. But again, he has been acquired by the Bucks in this trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. The other component of this was some draft picks. So this is actually a graphic from yesterday. So what says today would have been yesterday. We had draft pick number 13 in the first round of the draft. Tonight is round 2. Bucks don't actually have any picks in round 2. However, when we heard from the Bucks GM last night, it seemed to be like, hey, anything's possible. Maybe we're not done trading yet. So keep your eye on the draft tonight. There could be a surprise, a shakeup. The Bucks might get a draft pick. You never know. As well as you can see, several additional first and second round picks coming up in the years 2030, 2031, and 2033. So, as you can see, picked up the Miami Heat's number 13 first round draft pick last night. It begs the question, well, what did we do? Who did we draft? How did we fare when it comes to the NBA draft last night? We do have 2 new young Bucks. You can see them posing there last night. So with the number 10 pick overall, which was always Milwaukee's draft pick in this lottery, we selected the guard from Arizona, Braden Burries, who just came off a very impressive Final Four run. Delaney, remind me, in your March Madness bracket, did you have Arizona winning it all?
I did not, but they were in my Final Four.
In your Final Four. Delaney did excellent on her draft, her bracket this year. So she might already be a fan of Braden because they certainly did a great job, again, making it all the way to the Final Four. If you heard Carl Deffenbaugh join us, a lot of people thought that he would not even be available in that number 10 pick. They thought he would go earlier, so certainly a great get, an addition to the Milwaukee Bucks. I know a lot of people very excited for Braden to come and join us here in the 414. And so then, again, we got to pick once again 3 rounds later with our 13th pick. We decided to draft here Nate Ament. What was interesting about this was that technically the trade isn't finalized. It looks like that will be finalized in the next couple weeks in July. So because of that, instead of it saying the Milwaukee Bucks draft Nate, it said the Miami Heat draft Nate. He was the Heat graphics and logos and colors. He was handed a Miami Heat hat, and then that kind of led to the moment where he traded it because he's not going to ever be a member of the Miami Heat. He's going to be a Milwaukee Buck. So Delaney, if we can see that clip with the hats next, I think it's just entertaining the way it kind of works here with the draft where they can't say he was a Milwaukee Buck because it isn't finalized, but clearly the actions and the posts indicate he is a Milwaukee Buck. So here you go. You'll see him now replacing what was a Miami Heat hat, taking it off, putting on the Milwaukee Bucks because that's who actually drafted him since the Miami Heat didn't have that 13th pick. They traded it away for Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Milwaukee Bucks. So he will be a Milwaukee Buck. Again, it's kind of interesting. The Milwaukee Bucks haven't written anything about the trade or confirmed that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to the Miami Heat, but then they will post videos like this, which again indicate that the trade rumor yesterday from ESPN is accurate, is true. But again, a lot of people very excited for the future. It's hard as you say goodbye now to Giannis and that era that's kind of ending, but it's a new start and we can rebuild and we can come up with a new squad and we can try and get that 3rd champion in franchise history. A lot of people yesterday wondering, where is Giannis Antetokounmpo? Is he in Milwaukee as this announcement was made? Is he in Miami? Delaney, where was he?
He was in Vegas.
He was in Vegas. He was taking in a WNBA game. And this was what Carl also kind of commented on, is that the WNBA is owned by the NBA. And again, in that draft last night, no one acknowledging the trade. However, in this post and even on the screen there, Giannis Antetokounmpo, two-time NBA MVP and newest member of the Miami Heat. The caption here, got an MVP in the house. The newest member of the Miami Heat, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and his fam are in the building for tonight's matchup. So Carl and I were discussing, you know, even though he is over there in Vegas watching this game with one of his new teammates, by the way, I have no doubt that he felt the love from Milwaukee yesterday. 13 different structures, including the Hone Bridge last night, lit up green to really honor Giannis Antetokounmpo for the legacy, the impact that he had on the court, off the court. Again, a great, great, great human, along with Bobby Portis Jr., also just an amazing man who did a lot on the court, helping us. He's a part of that squad that was there for the 2021 championship, but also had a lot to do with feeding Wisconsin, feeding America, Eastern Wisconsin, I should say. Giannis, a great player, no doubt about that in anyone's mind. Also doing so much for the community between different camps and clinics and pouring into up-and-coming basketball players. And also, of course, he and his wife heavily involved with the diaper mission. So, again, hard news, but hopefully everyone out there can just be looking towards the future of these new Bucks players that we have and what it means. Again, keep your eye on tonight. TVV is going to join Maddie in the next hour or so. I know he will break down these players better than I could and explain what kind of depth they add to our roster, if they help replace the losses from this trade. I'm sure he'll also point ahead to round 2 of the draft tonight. Again, Milwaukee Bucks don't have a pick in round 2, but there just was some open-ended answers that were given yesterday by the GM that could indicate maybe they are trying behind the scenes to make some trades to try and get a round 2 draft pick. Or maybe it's all, you know, him just trying to get some of the attention off Giannis. Maybe they won't do it. So definitely just watch the draft tonight, see if Milwaukee does get any additional players out of the draft. But again, 2 good picks last night. A lot of people very excited as we move forward. Okay, this is a sad shot. Look at the skies have opened up, Delaney. Just pouring over Pfizer Forum right now. Delaney, I can't hear you. Oh. Here I was thinking Delaney was adding to our coverage. She was actually talking to Stephanie Barkella behind the scenes. Because, yeah, the rain absolutely pouring down right now. I just think it's so poetic. Sometimes things work out in such a beautiful way. You know, the city mourning Giannis and Bobby Portis. The skies also mourning Giannis and Bobby Portis. It's sad reality. I keep thinking if we are lucky, like, just kidding, they're still here, they're still Milwaukee Bucks, but we know they're headed to Miami, and we wish them the best. We are so grateful for everything they did for our city and for our team, and we are excited for this new era that is beginning and to really get to now put our support behind these new young Bucks, these draft picks. All right, Stephanie, fill us in on the weather, besides the fact of what we can already see here, which is that it is downpouring over Pfizer Forum right now.
Yep, we've got another shower moving through the Milwaukee area. It doesn't look like it's here at the station. I'm looking out towards our weather deck right now. We have this big window behind the camera. So I think we're good here, but clearly in the city itself, you can see some rain. And it's spotty across most of our lakeshore communities right now. Southern Sheboygan County down through Ozaukee County, Milwaukee County, and then Racine and Kenosha County. Out towards the west, just more cloud cover. No thunder, no lightning associated with this. It really is just that downpour that you just had a great picture of, or a great visual of, in Milwaukee. Different story out towards the west. Heavier rainfall approaching Madison, and certainly some lightning and thunder in there, but nothing strong, nothing severe. Again, we're still doing okay in that department. We will watch for the possibility of stronger storms later this afternoon, but right now we are doing okay. I will say, though, this line of storms, again, you can still see at least a little bit of lightning just north of Dodgeville. Is also worth mentioning, too. These areas out west had sunshine a short time ago, so that's really why these storms have fired pretty quickly in the last hour out towards the west. They are moving very slowly, and they are producing heavy rain right now. If we were to see a setup like this going forward, we'd really have to switch our focus over to the possibility of some flooding. Now, the good news is that there's no flash flood warning right now for this area of storms west of Madison, but it's just giving that little indication that it could be a possibility with storms that we continue to see developing. If they move really slowly or sit in one spot, then that absolutely could bring in the possibility of some heavy rainfall and some flash flooding. So we're watching what's out towards the west. It's very slowly moving eastward, as we've hit on a couple of different times. So it's still going to hold off in our far western communities, maybe even for another 45 minutes to an hour. So watching it closely, nothing strong, nothing severe. We've got a few more cells developing near La Crosse in far southeastern Minnesota. And then looking up towards the north, the storms are actually the strongest across northern Wisconsin right now. There are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and these stronger storms moving east. So right off the bat, I will say everything that is severe right now and across northern Wisconsin will not impact us here locally. But they may stay strong as they move east, because once again, you can see that these communities have sunshine right now. So that is re-energizing the atmosphere, allowing for some stronger storms. But this batch certainly, again, going to stay north of us. We will watch what else develops maybe on the tail end of that line, and that's right out ahead of the cold front. Now, earlier, likely about 20-30 minutes ago, the Storm Prediction Center highlighted an area across Wisconsin, Illinois, and over into Indiana for the possibility of a severe thunderstorm watch. About a 60% chance that they may issue one throughout the afternoon. Now, good news that we haven't seen it just yet, but something we will continue to monitor. It, of course, is because of the handful of severe storms that we have seen in northern Wisconsin, and just the fact that we're starting to see more development in general. So just monitoring trends, and if a watch were to be issued or put into place, we'd of course let you know. It lines up pretty perfectly, though, with the area of slight risk that the Storm Prediction Center put out earlier today. Now, the warm front is still in the vicinity. It's kind of been moving north and south over the last couple of hours. Unfortunately, not warming temperatures much here, because we still are stuck under the cloud cover and have rain showers. And the cold front is getting closer, but still out towards the west. With the fact that we have these frontal boundaries in place, it is going to keep the chance for storms in all the way through later tonight. Now, this is just one example of what we could see going forward. As we get to your 2-3 o'clock hour, everything that's out west and maybe even more will be moving through our area. So I do think from here on out, if you are supposed to do anything outdoors, just make sure you're checking with the weather, especially if we do end up having a couple of stronger storms. I know we've had a handful of events canceled for tonight. The night market, one of those because of the weather. And we could, even through about midnight tonight, still see some lingering showers and thunderstorms. By then, the cold front should have passed, so those should not be strong. But I really think whatever we see from here through maybe 8 p.m. could be on the stronger side. But we're just monitoring the storms that develop out west and see their strength as they move eastward. Right now, so far, so good. If we do end up seeing some stronger storms, hail is actually the primary threat throughout the afternoon and evening, but there is still a low threat for strong wind. An isolated tornado, though it doesn't look likely, can't be ruled out, and then we will need to monitor that flooding potential, because that could eventually become our primary focus if we start to see these storms really moving slowly, or training, which is basically just more storms developing over spots that have already dealt with really heavy rainfall. So at this point in time, we're watching just a couple of factors, more so the hail potential and maybe that flooding threat. Now, temperatures will continue to struggle today because of the cloud cover. We may hit 70. If we end up warming a little bit more and maybe see some sunshine, which at this point doesn't look likely, but if we do, then that could fuel some of the stronger storms going forward. After we get through today's storm chance, and then maybe a slight chance tomorrow afternoon as well, look at what our focus switches over to. Right as we end the weekend and start next week, which is the holiday week essentially, because next Saturday is the 4th of July, right on cue, heat and humidity return. We're talking high temperatures, potentially in the 90s as soon as Monday, but all of next week We could have temperatures in the 80s and 90s, including on the 4th of July holiday on Saturday. We are really entering a very different stretch of weather next week when it comes to heat and humidity. Dew points will likely climb back to 70. So a lot going on today. I know we're kind of just waiting and seeing right now, but then even past today, we then are going to focus in on heat and humidity as soon as next week. So a lot going on back here in the weather department. But to bring it full circle, Haley, again, nothing strong, nothing severe right now, which is great news. Whoa, what was that?
That is, I occasionally fall for my double box because I don't know how to explain this in a non-technical way. Steph, 1 second. Here you go. Router 1 sometimes is a reflection of our feed. So I see you. So I thought that I had put you in my double box.
Sure.
But I actually put just this like mirror. So then you get a million of us.
But that was pretty cool.
That's just user error. In case people forgot that I also direct the show, that's their reminder.
And I've said it many times. I could never do any of that. So thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted your last reminders, though, what we needed to know.
Oh, no, I was just kind of bringing everything full circle. At this point in time, nothing strong, nothing severe, but we still have that chance later today. And then we're watching for that possible severe thunderstorm watch. Nothing has been issued yet, but it is still a possibility, especially as more of these storms start to ramp up out towards the west. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I know you've been busy back there in the Weather Center. I was looking really quickly at our live camera here.
It's so rainy.
No matter, it is so rainy. It's also, you know, it's a Wednesday at 1:39. The next match that would happen is here at 2 would be Canada and Switzerland. But I kind of think it's one of those days where watch the games from the comfort of your own home because you can. Is that what you think?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of really good weather before this to be out there and, you know, really enjoying. But today, it's just, you know, it's going to be waves of this. So, yes, we may dry out, but then an hour later could have another shower. So that's what I would do personally, but totally up to you. Just keep the rain gear handy.
Yes, or tomorrow, I should say, Steph. You think it looks a lot nicer, which we like because I know and I believe you will also be out tomorrow. Yes, at Summerfest?
I will be there.
Okay, so we can't wait. I'll be there. Steph's going to be there. Brian Cramp, I know, is going to be there. I know there's other people coming. So please come out and say hi to Steph and I. You can meet your favorite Fox Sixers at the T-Mobile stage at Summerfest tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m. You're going to stay out there and do some live weather reports, right?
I am. I will be down there through the 6 o'clock newscast. I need to brush up on who our headliners are at our T-Mobile stage on Thursday because I love to highlight them. It's been so fun in the last couple of years being down there on Thursdays because it's a little later. So you get to meet a few more people, really hear, you know, the acts on the stage. But yes, come say hi. I'll be down there through about 6:30.
And you already gave us your answer of your favorite thing to eat at Summerfest, which is also the Saz's platter. So I can't wait to go out and try that. All right, Steph.
It's so good.
I'm excited. I'll report back.
Okay, good.
It's the like wonton wrapping of the mozzarella stick that I'm most excited for.
Oh, it cannot be beat.
Perfect. It's going to change my life. I can already feel it. All right, Steph, thanks for joining us. Of course, Steph continuing to be in the Weather Center monitoring. So anything does pop up in that severe kind of category, she will join us and let us know what we need to know. We did get a comment from Jeff here that I want to pull up as we talk Summerfest food recommendations. He sent over some additional recommendations. So he said corn at Catalano's, tacos at Los Mariachis, and the andouille sausage at Johnsonville Somerville. Okay, that all sounds really good, especially the corn. I love a good like corn on the cob. Okay, so gonna write these down. My list is getting long for year one of Summerfest. Whatever I don't accomplish this year, I will do next June when Summerfest is back, of course, in Milwaukee. But we are excited for weekend two. Some great headliners coming. I believe it's Ed Sheeran, Cody Johnson, and Post Malone at the main stage this weekend. And I want to say it's Common, Louis Tomlinson, Russell Dickerson at the BMO Pavilion. And of course, we've got a lineup of great artists out of the T-Mobile stage, as Stephanie was just mentioning. All right, we'll take a quick break here on the live desk, then we're going to talk World Cup in just a little bit. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:44 as we continue to cover all sorts of big sports news for you. Of course, we've already broken down the draft picks by the Milwaukee Bucks last night. Got 2 picks in the first round, number 10 and number 13. Picked up some great players there. One from Arizona when they made it to the Final Four. Another that just finished out his freshman year for the Tennessee Volunteers. Of course, draft picks do come on the heartbreaking news that Giannis has been traded to the Miami Heat, along with Bobby Portis. So the two of them on their way to Miami in their place. We did pick up 4 players from the Heat as well as those draft picks again, which we put to one of them already to play there last night to take that number 13 draft pick from the Miami Heat, instead getting to use it to draft a new young Buck. And as we talk all things sports, I should say, we talk Giannis and basketball. We should also talk soccer. Taking a look at your FIFA World Cup match day schedule on Fox 6. Just about 15 minutes from now, Switzerland and Canada will take to the pitch at 2 p.m. Then you got Scotland taking on Brazil at 5 p.m. If you have missed it, the Scottish fans have taken over the city of Boston. I believe that some bars are actually worried that they're going to run out of beer. They have adapted so well to the American culture. It's so cute. Boston and one city in Scotland are already making plans to become sister cities in the future because of this great connection between the country and Boston here. And Czechia taking on Mexico at 8 p.m. So make sure and tune in to these matches. As a reminder, none of our newscasts get canceled because of a FIFA World Cup game. They just move on to our streaming platform. So you can catch the 4, 5, 6 o'clock news tonight on fox6now.com, inside the Fox local app, and on our Fox 6 YouTube page. And we will join you as soon as that last match wraps up on air as well. So definitely an exciting time as we talk World Cup, and as we talked a little bit already to Carl Deffenbaugh, a very exciting thing that is happening tomorrow. So Brian Polson is joining us to tell us a little bit more about this. Brian, you are taking Open Record on the road, doing a little field trip live recording. Tell us all about this, Brian.
We have been doing Open Record now for well over 400 episodes. We've never done this live on the road thing, so this is going to be new. And it was actually James Moran, who owns Moran's Irish Pub, who suggested it. He heard us do a World Cup related podcast a few weeks ago, sort of leading up to the World Cup. We had some great guests on for that, including Jay DeMerit, the former U.S. men's national team defender, hails from Wisconsin. He saw that, or heard that podcast, saw that podcast, and said, hey, why don't you guys come out to one of my block parties during the World Cup and do one live here? And so we started talking logistics, and it looks like we've got it all squared away. This is going to happen tomorrow. Now, it's tomorrow afternoon, so if you can, and the weather looks like it's going to be great. It's going to be in the 70s. It's not yet going to be that super hot, sticky stuff we're looking at maybe next week. It's going to be really nice, and it's a great primer for a big day of World Cup soccer. So we're going to be live at 2 o'clock. We'll be streaming on one of our Fox 6 live streams from Moran's Pub, but we'll actually be live on stage there as well. Come out and see us in person. We don't ever do this. This is a chance to actually see Carl, see me, and we're going to have a guest, Howie Magner, who's the former managing editor of Milwaukee Magazine, is also a big sports guy, has been involved in sports reporting throughout his career, now is at UWM. He's going to join us. We're going to talk all things World Cup. We're going to talk about the matches so far, the sort of unusual setup of this 48-team cup, meaning the group stage has a little different feel this time. A lot of the heavyweight teams have gotten through pretty early, and so maybe their last games, like the United States playing tomorrow night, not as much on the line. In fact, there's not really a whole lot on the line other than just keeping the momentum going because the United States has already won the group. But some of these other countries, Haley, we've been talking about, like your Ivory Coast or Ecuador or Congo or Cape Verde. They're surprising people. Cape Verde and Congo in particular have had some great matches against some of soccer's heavyweights, and they're trying to get through as third place teams. 2/3 of the teams make it through to the knockout stage. So a bunch of third-place teams out of these 4-team groups are going to make it in. But which one's going to come down to goals, goal differential? So those last games are going to be interesting. And when we're broadcasting or streaming or whatever we're doing with the podcast live tomorrow, right after we're done, Germany and Ecuador play. Now, Germany's already through. Ecuador still got some stuff to play for. Curacao and Ivory Coast are at the same time. Then at 6 p.m. tomorrow, Tunisia and the Netherlands. Japan and Sweden, that's a great matchup. That's a couple of teams that could go somewhere in this tournament. Also, we've got, of course, tomorrow night then at 9 o'clock, USA and Turkey. Turkey is out of the tournament. A big surprise, huge surprise that they did not live up to expectations, and the U.S. is already through winning the group. And then Paraguay and Australia, who both are playing for second place in the group and possibly for enough to do in third place to get through. So a lot we'll be talking about, but you get to see it kind of, what's it look like behind the scenes. And we may do some interaction with the audience too. We may take some of your questions. I love to talk about soccer, but I'm really interested to hear what Carl, I know Carl loves the game, loves the sport. He'll have a lot to say. And of course, our guest will as well. So Howie Magner, we're looking forward to having him. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I know it's not always easy to get out at 2 o'clock on a Thursday, but if you can play a little hooky, or if you don't work those hours, come on out and see us and maybe hang around afterwards for some soccer all day long.
Yeah, oh, it does sound like an absolute blast, Brian. And for you, I mean, how are you preparing / how exciting is the idea of doing this in front of a crowd? You guys normally record your podcast in a studio where it would just be you and your guests. Never is it on display like it will be tomorrow.
I'm in terms of preparation, this one's really fun because I'm already a fan of the game. I've been watching these matches. I love that we have them all on Fox because I have the app on my phone. I'm watching games all day and all night, to my wife's dismay probably, because I'm looking at a screen all the time going, hang on, there's a great play here. So I could talk about this all day long. I know Carl could talk about it all day long. And if you're someone who maybe this is sort of your thing, or maybe you're just checking it out, I'm going to tell you it's going to get more and more exciting as they get to the knockout rounds. And having our home country, USA, the host, be there in that knockout stage, this is going to get exciting. The matchups so far have not been marquee because of this bigger field. So in terms of preparation, I'm watching the games to get to know who some of these newer teams are that we don't often see, these newer countries we don't often see in the tournament. But when we start getting into matches against, Germany and the Netherlands and France and Spain and Portugal and Argentina and the real heavyweights, and the U.S. is in that mix, it's going to be fun. So even if you're not like World Cup soccer, I don't know, soccer in general, or maybe it's not your thing, or I'm just learning about it, we will be able to get you excited, I think, because high-stakes sporting events are what it's all about.
Yeah.
You didn't have to be an NBA fan to get excited about Giannis and the Bucks in 21. You just felt the energy, and I think we're going to feel some of that as we get closer to these high-stakes games.
I mean, I feel like I'm good proof of that. I always say I'm such a baseball fan. That is my sport. I've never been one to necessarily cheer on different soccer teams. I was the one child, I feel like, that didn't play soccer growing up, so I don't have the knowledge of the sport, but I've been, tuning into these games. It's been exciting to see Lionel Messi get a hat trick and then the comeback for the next match and break a record, now scoring the most goals ever in a World Cup. It was exciting yesterday to see Cristiano Ronaldo make a new record, having scored in 6 World Cup games. Those are the big names. It's also been exciting to see, Cape Verde pull off a tie against Spain where no one expected them to do that. And to your point there, Brian, even some of the games here, while it won't be Team USA, they've already clinched. Today, we were just talking a little bit more about Bosnia-Herzegovina and Qatar and how that's a really important match for them, even still being in the group stage. So I've already gotten some of that excitement. I do imagine there might be some viewers right now thinking, open record, but they're talking about sports. One thing I love about your podcast, you guys cover the gambit. You never really know what you're going to get from an episode. So for anyone who's maybe not tuned in before, just set the scene on what we can expect from Open Record and your podcast.
That's a great question because Open Record began in 2019 really as a way to showcase our investigative work. The reality is, though, investigations take time, and we don't necessarily have enough brand new investigative material to do a podcast every week that goes in depth and do a new investigation. So we started branching out. Actually, it was the pandemic that first got us to branch out. We started talking about every new thing that came along, and we wondered, can the governor really do that? Can we really do that? How are these vaccines going to work? We were all over it with that, and we were really able to go into depth. And then we realized there are so many other topics that deserve in-depth discussion and that can be interesting. And sometimes that is, let's talk about what people in Milwaukee are talking about. The Milwaukee Brewers are going to the playoffs. Let's bring Tim Van Voren in and talk about this exciting Brew Crew team that's heading into the postseason. We did that last year. We've done it with the Packers. So Tim Van Voren's been an occasional guest, and he's just fantastic. I think he probably enjoys being able to talk in more depth than maybe, a 2 or 3 minute sportscast, to be able to really share the knowledge he's gained over all these years talking about sports. So I like to dabble in that. We like to go that way. Carl Deffenbaugh, he's one of the best feature story writers you're ever going to meet. He is an award winner. And so when he does a story, we love to dive into depth on some of those things. Maybe they're not investigations, but they're fascinating. They're so interesting. And that's really what Open Record is. It's a long format, it's a talk format, but we get to talk to people who are experts, and we get to tell you a little bit about what we did behind the scenes of a story. In this case, it's going to be more like giving you a little primer on what's happened so far in the World Cup. Maybe you haven't been watching, or maybe you've been watching every game, but we're going to talk about what's happened so far. What's next for the U.S.? How did they get here? Where are they going? And like you mentioned, the stars. What are we seeing from Mbappe and Messi and Ronaldo? And who are some of the other big rising stars who might, challenge them for these records one day? So this is a long format in terms of it's not soundbite driven. These aren't minute and 30 newscasts. This is a 45-minute presentation where or an hour long, I guess. So we're going to be live there at Moran's Pub. And like I said, it's also casual and fun. One thing I know, Haley, sports reporters typically can't root from the press box, right? Mm-hmm. They're covering the sports and the teams over the long haul, and they have to really remain more as neutral observers. This is really more of a fun thing we're doing as an aside. Let's get out there and be in front of everyone, meet people out at Moran's Pub, and be part of the block party. So I'm bringing my USA jersey. I'm bringing my USA scarf. I'm bringing the excitement for the U.S. men's national team, and they've been really exciting to watch so far. We're all crossing our fingers and hoping Christian Pulisic's injury is minor and that he's healed up after some rest and that he's back. I doubt he's going to play tomorrow night because he's on a yellow card. A few other players are on yellow cards. You don't want them to get a second one and end up getting a suspension for a game for that knockout stage. So we're going to see some new players for the U.S. tomorrow night, but I'm excited about it, Haley. I think this is going to be a blast.
Well, now I have a soccer question because you're going to have to teach me as I learn soccer. Yellow cards transfer over between matches?
They do in this case. Now, maybe youth soccer, that doesn't happen. Youth soccer, a yellow card goes away at the end of the game. In the World Cup, there's an accumulation of yellow card cautions. If you get 2 in the same game, you get a red card, you're suspended for the next match. If you get 2 in successive games or any 2 within the group stage. So a player who got a yellow card in their first game and doesn't get another one till the third game, that's still a yellow card accumulation. 2 makes a red card. They're out for now they're not out for that match if it was only 1 in the third match. But they'll be out for suspended for a game the next match. And this is why it's really interesting, because FIFA is doing something where they say they're wiping the slate clean after the group stage. Yellow cards go away and you start fresh in the knockout round. But there's a big exception to that. If you earn the second yellow during the group stage and it's in the third game, you still have to serve that 1-game suspension in the knockout round. Yeah. So even though they're wiping the slate clean, you've got the U.S. that has all these players, 4 or 5 players that have yellow cards right now. They're sitting on 1. They're not going to play in this third game unless the manager for the United States national team, Pochettino, wants to risk them, because while the yellows get wiped clean, the suspension doesn't. So you don't want to risk them playing a game that's otherwise meaningless. They're already the winners of the group. and then have them have to sit out an elimination game in the round of 32. That's why I think there are a number of regular starters we will not see take the field for the U.S. tomorrow night. But the U.S. has some depth, and it will be really interesting to see how some of these substitutes do in their place. We saw a full rotation in the last tune-up game. U.S. played Germany, the last one before the Cup started. The first half, they started 11 players. In the second half, almost an entirely new set of players, and they still hung with Germany. So I think we have some really good talent beyond the starting 11. It'll be really fun to watch and see how they do against Turkey tomorrow night.
See, I'm already learning something from Brian before that live podcast taping even starts tomorrow. I do think it will be an absolute blast for everybody in attendance. And we were kind of riffing Carl on Wake Up, and I think Carl's going to buy drinks. So, if you guys go out to the podcast tomorrow, put it on Carl's tab. He'll cover you for your first round.
I think that's the fun. It's come out, have a refreshment, enjoy the beautiful weather, be out at this outdoor block party, be a part of a celebration. And if you pace yourself, because it's going to be a long day, come out and plan to hang out and stay for the USA game at 9 o'clock. Moran's Pub block party. By the way, he's done this for the other 2 USA games and already has plans to do it for the World Cup final. I don't know if he's going to do any others in between if the U.S. continues to advance. We'll ask him about that tomorrow. But for this one, we're going to be live there at 2 p.m. And we'd love to see you come out, say hello, introduce yourself. We look forward to having you in the audience.
Absolutely. And Brian Cramp was there this morning. The food looked great. The drinks looked great. I think it's the perfect recipe for an amazing time. And if you can't make it out in person again, they will be streaming it live as well. Brian Polson joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thanks so much, Brian.
Hey, I forgot to show you one thing.
We've got a prop.
I got my World Cup FIFA 26 water bottle, so I'm ready to go.
Wait, that's cool. Okay,
yeah, this was my wife was in New York during the beginning of the Cup and brought this home as a Father's Day gift. So there you have it. I'm all set.
He's all set. He's ready to go for tomorrow. Go and join him and Carl there at the live taping of Open Record. Thanks, Brian. It will be such a good, fun time there tomorrow. I'm jealous of anyone who can go in attendance. And again, make Carl buy you a drink. We're just going to keep joking until it's a reality. Okay, Maddie Stelk ready to take over. She will get you all the way to 3:30. While we handle that kind of anchor transition, we're going to listen in live right now to a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing that is examining protecting American citizenship. They say this really is focusing on America 250. Obviously, July 4th coming around next Saturday. It is the 250th birthday for the country. So they're going to talk all things American citizenship here. Again, Maddie Stelk's going to take you other places after this. While we handle the transition, we'll sit in here together.
The president hosted a UFC fight on the White House grounds for his birthday. Tickets were sold for up to $1.5 million. The company built a 90-foot, 2-foot tall, 600-ton steel structure called the Claw, damaging the White House south lawn in the process. Conservatively, the damage will cost taxpayers $700,000 to repair, not to mention the estimated $10 to $12 million in taxpayer funds that were used for security in the event. Freedom 250 is selling speaking slots at the president's July 4th rally, $2.5 million a pop. That's just not the way it should be. And they're self-dealing. Dana White, the CEO of the UFC, is a close friend and ally of the president, and the president owns stock in UFC's parent company. Some of the fighters who participated in the event were paid not in cash, but in Trump family crypto. And the president's family collaborated with the UFC to sell Freedom 250 gold coins with Trump's face on them. The cost of those coins up to $12,000 each. The president also awarded no bid or low competition contracts to repair the paint on the reflecting pool in, quote, American flag blue, unquote. That project has now cost taxpayers about $16 million. Experts have said that the dark color of the paint raised the temperature of the water, leading to algae blooms, the most algae recorded in the last 5 years. And part of that $16 million was a $1.7 million no-bid contract that went to Green Water Solutions. The company is owned by John Cafaro, a contributor to President Trump and also a Mar-a-Lago neighbor. Mr. Cafaro's contract is to create a new filtration system for the pool, but as you may have noticed, the filtration system isn't working. Maybe they can use the vacuumed up algae to fix the White House lawn that was damaged after the president's birthday party. And now, President Trump is using the Park Police and National Guard to arrest people who touch the water in the reflecting pool, literally. National Guard is out there doing that. They've even arrested a 3-time Olympian who says he only touched a piece of loose paint. That's happening on our 250th anniversary. Mr. Chairman, I am so glad we recognized America 250 today, and so much of your statement I really agreed with. But we can't have this discussion without acknowledging what happened 250 years ago. The founders declared independence, severing ties with the British king, because they knew their liberty was being subverted by the king and his inner circle of corrupt parliament advisors. And these advisors gained access to the king through their money and their status to bypass parliament. I can't help but notice how closely the president's actions mirror the concerns that shaped our founding. He has fostered a marketplace for influence, where access goes to the highest bidder. And it's a bitter irony that President Trump is honoring our nation's anniversary by embracing many of the practices that the founders rejected. But let me be clear, we should be celebrating what makes this country so great: freedom of speech and religion, responsive representation, the rule of law, our beautiful geography, our vibrant culture, our rich traditions, the rule of law again. And we have so much to be proud of. And Mr. Chairman, one of my favorite traditions dating back to 1909 is the bipartisan congressional baseball game. It occurred just a few weeks ago, and for those of you who missed it, Chairman Schmidt made an incredible diving catch during the game. And I hope the Cardinals were there watching. So congratulations, Mr. Chairman. But this celebration has to be about all of us, not about an individual person. It has to be about a shared sense of values and commitment to the future. And it has to be about a celebration, not private personal gain. Those are the traditions we should be celebrating. Mr. Chairman, I yield back and congratulations to you on your heroics.
Thank you. We can agree on that. So thank you. Appreciate that. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And having grown up across the river from you in Illinois, I listened very carefully as you recounted the history of the United States and virtually every founding father who ever touched Missouri in the process. I believe you included Lewis and Clark and Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett and so forth. You only left one person of great repute, one of our founding fathers who transformed America, Stan Musial, out of that equation. But we'll forgive you for that. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 250 years ago, a group of men gathered in Philadelphia and drafted the Declaration of Independence. We all know that. They went on to draft our Constitution, Bill of Rights, creating something the world had never seen before, a nation founded not on ethnicity or bloodline, but on universal ideas. The idea that all men were created equal, endowed with certain unalienable rights. The idea that the government derived its power through the consent of those it governed. That was a unique idea. For the first time in human history, a nation defined itself by its values rather than by its ancestry. That is an achievement worth celebration, and we should celebrate it. But as we do, we must reckon honestly with the founders' failures. The men who signed the Declaration enslaved people. They proclaimed liberty while denying it to millions. Slavery was our nation's original sin. So at the time, not all men were treated equally, let alone all people. Acknowledging that truth isn't an attack on America. It's the beginning of an understanding of what we've been through, what America actually is. There's nothing wrong with that. I can recall the creation, or at least the existence, of the Soviet Union and how the Soviets time and again would rewrite history to match what they wanted to have happen, not what actually happened. Acknowledging the truth isn't an attack on America. It's the beginning of understanding who we are. Because the story of this country is a story of progress, forward movement, and change. We fought a civil war over the issue of slavery, and at the end, ratified the 14th Amendment. We passed the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act. We recognized the dignity of women, workers, and people with disability. We didn't come up short because of that recognition. We made the promise of liberty extend forward. And with each generation, we've extended the promise of the founding to new Americans. Immigrants who form the fabric of our nation have made what it is today. That progress is a true measure of America's goodness. In 1911, a ship landed in Baltimore, Maryland, and a mother got off the boat with 3 little kids. She was on her way to the land of opportunity. And that land of opportunity, she believed, was East St. Louis, Illinois, where I was born and raised. That was my grandmother, and my 2-year-old mother was one of the passengers. In my office today is my mother's naturalization certificate, a reminder to me and to everyone who visits, I am the proud son of an immigrant. I am not embarrassed by my immigrant ancestry. I am proud of it. And the amazing things that those people achieved made a better life for me and for this country. Efforts to overturn that progress are deep.
All right, listening live to a hearing right now in Washington, D.C. That is U.S. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois speaking right now on American citizenship, ahead of America 250. I actually want to take you a little bit closer to home, actually, at Milwaukee's port right now, where we're currently waiting for a press conference to start with Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson welcoming a new cruise line to Port Milwaukee, which is the American Cruise Lines, and kind of going off of the America 250 theme here. The cruise ship that they will be welcoming is called the American Patriot, set to debut in Milwaukee this season, as you can see it right there behind them. Again, we are anticipating this to start. I believe it was slated to start at 2 o'clock, so we're running a little bit behind here, but looks like things are just getting the final setups and preparations underway. So once that conference begins, we will bring it to you. For now, I'm going to take a look at some of the other feeds we've got going on, see what we can bring you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
in on your Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Maddie Stelk, taking you all the way to 3:30 today. As you can see above me here, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect right now for Waukesha, Washington, Racine, Dodge, Sheboygan, Jefferson, Walworth, Kenosha, Milwaukee, Ozaukee, and Fond du Lac counties right now. Let's give you a live look outside. This is at Mitchell International Airport right now. Sky's not looking too great as those storms are moving in. Let's take a look now at, too soon, Pfizer Forum, following the news of the Giannis and Bobby Portis trade to the Miami Heat. Guys, I know it's been a day, but I'm still not over it yet, so I'm just going to switch this here. Modern camera right now. Looking a little scary up there. The clouds up there. Again, yeah, severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. And remember the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch is that all of the elements are on the table to produce that storm, but again, it's not here yet. But again, this is a signal that things could be coming. I mean, just taking a look at the sky here. Let's look at our downtown cam. There we go. I can show you American Family Field. I feel okay about that. But yeah, storms are moving in. We're going to have a report from our Stephanie Barrichello in just a little bit now to give you the latest on your forecast. But again, keep it right here on Fox Local, and we will bring you the very latest about when storms are popping in your area. Let's see if we have any other cameras here. Ooh, this is our Estabrook Park Tower cam. You can see there pretty humid fog there as, again, we are monitoring this severe thunderstorm watch. Delaney, you're right. It is a gloomy afternoon in Milwaukee. Love that graphic there because couldn't have said it better. Very gloomy, dark skies, and honestly fitting the mood in Milwaukee right now after hearing the trade news for Giannis and Bobby Portis yesterday. So we're going to continue monitoring this here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's see if we have maybe some graphics we can pull up for you. Yeah, just looking at the precipitation right now. You can see that there's some light rain moving in right now, and then potentially some on the heavier side, as we can see kind of just below Milwaukee and more towards our southern counties. So again, we will get a check at your forecast in just a little bit. Here's another one just showing the current watches. So again, yeah, pretty much all of southeast Wisconsin right now under a severe thunderstorm watch. I mean, you heard the long list of counties there, and you can see it right there at the top of your screen. So again, if I were you, I would keep tuning in, keep the Fox Local app on or wherever you're watching so you can stay alert and be ready if things do start to pop in your area. Let's take you now to the Port of Milwaukee, where even though there is a severe thunderstorm watch, that is not stopping Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson from holding a presser to welcome American Cruise Lines to Milwaukee, as well as the American Patriot, which is the boat that you see, or ship rather, that you see right behind you. We are awaiting a press conference here, expected to start momentarily as they just continue getting set up here. But yeah, this is the 2026 season for Port Milwaukee. American Cruise Lines kicked off its Great Lakes itineraries this year. The 3 new domestic itineraries are the company's first Great Lakes ventures and will be operated by the American Patriot. 2 of these itineraries include Milwaukee as a turnaround port. The U.S.-built vessel has a 130 passenger capacity, so not too much, but I guess also 130 people is a lot. 8 calls, all turnaround visits, have been scheduled to Port Milwaukee for this season with the addition of American Cruise Lines. Milwaukee, this is now the 6th cruise line that is being welcomed into the Cream City. But again, yeah, this press conference expected to start at 2 o'clock. Again, now it is 2:18, running a little bit behind here. Weather could be to blame. I mean, as we are seeing the severe thunderstorm watch in effect. But once that begins, we will bring it to you. Again, we're expecting to hear from Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson and American Patriot Captain Jerry Smith. So the captain of this ship also expected to talk at this press conference today. As people seem to be running in and out, looks like there's maybe some cargo being put on board. That looks like some alcohol. Party. Am I right, Delaney? I just saw a Tito's box. But yeah, again, press conference appears to be a little delayed here, but you know what, you guys, that's okay because we have Stephanie Barrichello standing by right now to give us our forecast. Steph was just telling everybody about the severe thunderstorm watch in effect for, I mean, if you look at the map behind you, pretty much all of southeast Wisconsin. So what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're still awaiting thunderstorms. They're out towards the west right now. We've, as you know, already dealt with a handful of rounds of showers. Not much in the way of thunderstorm activity most of the morning, but going forward, that is what we are expecting for the remainder of the day. So first and foremost, we had been watching for a watch to be issued, and now it has just a short time ago for all of southeast Wisconsin. It continues until 10 p.m. So this is almost the entire state here, because statewide we've got thunderstorms ongoing at this hour. Most of us in southeast Wisconsin enjoying a break, I guess we can say. However, I have noticed, even here at the station, a few peaks of sun from time to time. That's what we don't want, because if we do end up seeing a little bit more in the way of sunshine, and keep in mind, we are primarily overcast, but if we do clear out a little bit, that means warmer temperatures, and that means time for the atmosphere to re-energize a little bit after all of the rain that we had earlier this morning, and that in turn could fuel some of those stronger storms going forward today. There is already one severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that we've been watching for the last hour and a half. It started in Iowa, and now it's just west of Madison. It's starting to dip southeast a little bit, so we'll watch the track on that. Strong wind, at least 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on there, and hail is going to be a possibility as well. So again, this is kind of dipping towards the south, so it'll eventually impact south central parts of Dane County, and then we'll see how it does as it moves potentially into Rock County here a little bit later on. But at this point in time, everything is west. We're starting to see a few more little cells popping just north of the severe cell south of Madison, so those could eventually here shortly impact Dodge and Jefferson County, but I think we still have a little bit more in the way of waiting. Everything will continue to develop west of us and then move our way, so this very well could be our dry break. It may not last long for inland areas, but in this dry break, it really will be very important to watch temperatures, and if we get a bit more of that sunshine, because then it just increases our chances for severe weather going forward. A few more cells in far southwest Wisconsin. There is lightning associated with those, but they are not strong. They are not severe. And then look it up near La Crosse, another severe thunderstorm warning, and actually a few more as you look up towards the north. Now this line is right along, if not maybe just behind the cold front. So as the cold front actually swings through later tonight, it is going to bring in more thunderstorm activity. So almost two separate areas here, one near Madison that we're watching, and then one out near La Crosse. There's actually plenty more in northern Wisconsin, but that's moving east, so that of course will not impact us whatsoever. We truly are watching eastern Minnesota, northeastern Iowa, and southwest Wisconsin, because anything that develops in that area, as we know, will move our way, and likely in the next couple of hours. Warm front is still in the vicinity. Unfortunately, not warming us up at all, but that could actually help us a little bit. And then the cold front is just out towards the west. So most of our area right in the middle of these frontal boundaries, it's going to keep the energy in. It's going to keep in a chance for scattered thunderstorms through potentially even midnight tonight. But I think a lot of the activity will begin to die down after 10 o'clock, which is when that severe thunderstorm watch expires. So the next couple of hours will be telling to see what those storms out west near Madison do as they move into our viewing area. They also could very well fuel more thunderstorm development. So it's pretty isolated near Madison right now, but we could see more develop. So it's just going to be an afternoon and evening to stay weather aware. If you had anything outdoors, make sure you have a backup plan. Make sure those events aren't canceled. You know, the night market unfortunately had to cancel their event tonight. Here is 6 p.m. Still a few more storms out there. Same with your 8 o'clock hour after about 10 p.m. All of this will begin to wind down, but even through midnight, we could have just a few lingering showers. Not much in the way of rumble of thunder, but really from here through about 10 p.m. is when I think we could see just on and off thunderstorms, and we'll just need to watch that potential for severe weather. Primary threat tonight is going to be hail, potentially large hail, but even though it's a lower threat, still on the table, strong wind, isolated tornado, and then one of the trickier threats that we do need to watch very closely is flooding. Right now it's okay, but out west, those storms near Madison really were moving slowly and they're still in that area. If we end up seeing that here locally, we then could see flooding become a bigger risk. We already had a handful of communities from the couple of rounds we had this morning of rain pick up over an inch of rainfall. In fact, Yorkville in Racine County, almost 2 inches of rain between the 2 rounds earlier this morning. So we are very saturated already, and all it takes is just one storm to sit in one area, and that very easily could produce some serious flooding. So right now, not a concern, but I do think if these storms stall or really slow down, then that's going to become one of our bigger concerns as the night goes on. But just know, severe thunderstorm watch and a chance for especially hail, but maybe some gusty wind, isolated tornado and flooding going forward tonight. Now, temperatures are still in the 60s. You know, we don't really have the warmth, but it's worth mentioning we have still experienced severe weather when temperatures have been in the 50s. So not concerned with the fact that temperatures are cool right now. It is still a possibility. More so showing you this because this is likely going to be one of the cooler days we have over the next 6 days. Today, the primary focus is the potential of severe weather. By the time we get to the weekend and next week, we're talking maybe all of next week, by the way, we have the chance to see 90-degree temperatures.
Finally.
Plus dew points, Maddie, in the 70s. It's like 4th of July. It is just that time where like the heat and the humidity, it moves in and it's brutal. So starting Monday, that becomes our big focus.
Oh gosh, I was actually, I mean, I said finally, like I was excited, but also like you mentioned the humidity and how hot it actually is going to be, which I retract my finally, but that's okay. I do have a wedding next weekend, so I'm just thinking about, and it's outside.
Okay. Is it on the 4th?
It's on the 4th of July, yeah.
How
so
fun is
I'm really
that?
excited, actually. It's one of my really good friends from high school is getting married, but I'm just thinking about me sitting there if it's really hot. But it'll be, I mean, I'll be distracted because I'll be so excited for her. But I just remember like July wedding season is, can't avoid it. It's coming whether we like it or not. But yeah, hoping maybe a little breeze, or maybe I'll get one of
fingers
those,
crossed for the breeze.
Yeah, portable fans, you know, the ones you can plug into your phone.
You know, they're very trendy now, so just it's an accessory.
So honestly, that would be a good investment. I do want to show you. I pulled up one of our cameras. This is in Madison right now.
Okay, so yeah, that cell is really moved in.
Crazy. I think I have, this is one in Dodgeville, but again, I think you said like,
oh yeah, I was watching the Dodgeville camera pretty closely earlier because that cell was just north of Dodgeville. Right now, the severe cell is just east of Dodgeville. But at one point, there was almost a little lowering. There was some really broad rotation on that storm.
Oh, wow.
It was never tornadic, but it was something that even the National Weather Service was kind of monitoring. Now it does not look clearly as ominous as what it did earlier. But
yeah,
still
Madison
raining.
though.
Madison,
like, I don't really want that. Can we like, can we blow it in another direction maybe? Or like, do you have the power to do that, Steph?
I wish it would blow this poor little spider off of this camera. That's what I wish it would really do. I'm assuming.
Oh, well, I don't think he's with us still. Or
probably not.
But
a lot of rain though, again, potentially out of that. It'll be interesting to see. Madison was one of the spots, even as of early this morning, that picked up almost 2 inches of rain. So after this, I'm gonna look at their rainfall total to see what they're up to, because they have seen a lot already today.
All right. Okay, Steph, we're going to check in with you in just a moment there. But again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a lot of southeastern, or all of Wisconsin, actually, right here. Severe thunderstorm watch. And then we are tracking this system right now in Madison out west. Hopefully we avoid it. But thanks, Steph. We're actually going to go out to some breaking news now. I'm going to see if I can get it in our monitor here of a hearing that's happening right now in Waukesha County for the son who is charged in a shooting on Father's Day. I'm going to see if I can bring you there right now. We've been monitoring this feed, and of course, now that it's finally up, I'm getting it to you, and let's listen in.
Person with Attorney Ryan Van Els. We have a copy of the complaint. Would waive the reading. Address is correct. Phone number is 262-613-9041. We do have the victim identification key. Mr. Zastro is not eligible for public defender representation at this time.
All right, this attorney will help you through today's hearing. After today, you can apply for a county-appointed lawyer, represent yourself, or retain counsel. Mayor, I'm sorry, did you say his phone number? I'm sorry.
I did, yes. Did Madam Clerk get that?
Did you get that? Okay, thank you. Sir, you come before the court on criminal complaints. This criminal complaint alleges a single count of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, domestic abuse. If convicted of this offense, you face up to 60 years in prison, and courts reviewed a copy of the criminal complaint. It does state sufficient facts to set the matter over for a preliminary hearing. Again, you have the right to an attorney, and you can apply for a county-appointed lawyer, represent yourself, or retain counsel. That being said, I do acknowledge the fact that there is an alleged victim here on this case. The victim witness to this person want to be heard as to bond today? Okay, so the court will acknowledge that the alleged victim is present via Zoom. State as to bond on this defendant, please.
Thank you. The state is asking for $500,000 cash bail with conditions to include no contact with victim A or the residents, no contact with victim A's significant other or any other members of his family. If he is released, a 2-mile GPS radius around victim A's residence and his place of work, no use or possession of any dangerous weapons, ammunition, blades, taser, etc., surrender his passport, and absolute sobriety. The state believes that the about the defendant having them and presenting them, recognizing that it was dangerous for the defendant to possess it. The defendant did not have to take this gun from him.
Looks like we might be having some technical difficulties here. We're going to leave this up, but also just monitoring some other breaking news in Racine right now. As you can see, a very large police presence. I believe this is on the 1900th block of Racine Street right now. Again, our crew's just getting to the scene. Looks very active right now, as you can see here. I'm going to see if the volume is still working on. Looks like we still...
At his mother's residence.
Let's see, hopefully we can obviously...
In his interview, the detective...
In the courthouse sometimes, it's hard to get some good Wi-Fi service there, as you've seen with plenty of our coverage here on Fox 6. Just the beauty of live TV. Just a bit of technical difficulties here as we work to get our connection back. But again, we are monitoring this scene in Racine on the 1900 block of Racine Street. Let's see if we can get the volume back.
He ran into this Village of Heartland Police Department. The defendant indicated this is one of the reasons.
Okay, it looks like the shot is also frozen too. So while we're working to maybe get that service back there in the Waukesha County Courthouse, let's take you back out to this scene in Racine in full, actually. Yeah, so our photojournalist just got there right now, but again, this is the 1900th block of Racine Street, which I'm going to actually Google that right now. I believe is maybe near 18th from when I looked it up earlier. Block, as you can hear me typing. But yeah, very active scene here. It looks like you can see police kind of walking around. A lot of this street is blocked off. This looks like a pretty residential area, it looks like, from what we can see. But yeah, a lot of squad cars here, Racine Police responding right now. As you can see, obviously the rain probably affecting a little bit of this investigation right now, as you can see them moving the tent over there. So yeah, now we have a wider shot here. We can see that this is a neighborhood in Racine right now. 1900 block of Racine Street. Let's see if I can, as you can hear me typing. Yeah, it's near 20th Street. So if you're in Racine right now and maybe wondering, trying to get a gauge of where this is exactly at. So this is right off of 20th Street on Racine Street. Again, we don't know anything right now. We don't have anything confirmed. We just know that police are there. We do have viewer video in. Oh yeah, so we did actually get this from the Racine Police Department. They're calling this a, quote, incident. Not really saying much further, just saying it's an active investigation and details are still emerging. Once we have the needed information, of course, as is standard for them to say they will send it out. But yeah, so we've been monitoring this situation out in Racine. Our photojournalist Liam is there now. Again, very active. We don't know much other than that it's just a, quote, incident. But yeah, we're going to continue monitoring this, and once we get more information, we will bring it to you. But yeah, a very, very large police response here right now in Racine. So once we get more information, we will bring it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Looks like I'll just show you guys my POV right now, trying to get this shot back. We're struggling here. The service not very good right now to bring you this hearing. So while we're waiting for that and monitoring what's happening in Racine, we're going to take a quick break on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back with more information.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Maddie Stelk here, 2:36 on your Wednesday afternoon. Let's give you a live look in Madison right now. This is where we're tracking one of the systems under a severe thunderstorm warning, while majority, the rest of Wisconsin is under a watch. Let's take a look right here just to show you that graphic there. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning in that area. You can see the orange just right underneath Madison right there, while again, majority of Wisconsin, you can see the pink there under a thunderstorm watch. We are tracking this. As you can see, we have a ticker going at the top of your screen to keep you informed. We're actually going to check in with Chief Meteorologist Tom Wachs momentarily now. But first, I want to take you out to Milwaukee's port right now, where it looks like the captain is speaking of a brand new cruise ship making its debut in Milwaukee, the American Patriot. That's Captain Jerry Smith, I believe. Let's listen in.
Received. In fact, that same spirit has been evident across the Great Lakes. These communities have been extraordinarily welcoming and just as excited as we are to bring American Patriot to their shorelines. American Cruise Lines is making a long-term commitment to the Great Lakes. We believe deeply in this region, and our American Great Lakes itineraries will continue for years to come. We look forward to building lasting relationships with the communities, businesses, and people who make these destinations so very special. Most importantly, it's truly an honor to introduce our guests to this region. Every voyage provides an opportunity to connect travelers with the rich maritime history, the vibrant communities, and breathtaking landscapes that define the Great Lakes. So thank you again, Mayor, and thank you all for the warm welcome here today. We look forward to many successful seasons ahead.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Captain. And with that, Captain, are you open to taking a couple questions?
Absolutely,
at all?
sure.
All right, we'll open up to a couple questions if there are any.
The only American-made vessel I think that calls on Port Milwaukee. How do you use that to market to passengers? How does that all work?
Yeah, so American Patriot was built in Maryland. She is a all U.S. flagged vessel. Our crew is all United States citizens, and that allows us some kind of unique port of entry requirements that we don't have to abide by if we were sailing to Canada. So being in the United States only, we're able to have folks come on board here and experience the Great Lakes without the need of a passport.
All right, any others? Nice shirt, Jeremy. All right, with that, well, thank you so much for covering this. I'm excited to take the tour.
Yeah,
thank you, Captain.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Okay.
More great things to come.
Absolutely. Okay. Oh, really? Okay.
All right, look, we were planning right there to get to our next thing and weren't paying attention that the feed is done. But again, pretty exciting day for Port Milwaukee, welcoming in its 6th cruise line here. Mayor Cavalier Johnson spoke, as well as the captain of the ship called the American Patriot. You could see a lot of the decals on the ship had the America 250 just kind of celebrating ahead of that. But again, yeah, American Cruise Lines being welcomed into the Milwaukee port. Yeah, and then the American Patriot, the boat behind there, making its debut. We were catching live as I think crew members were bringing in cases of alcohol on the ship. So again, could be an exciting thing to, not that alcohol makes everything fun, guys. I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. But yeah, so 130 passenger capacity on the ship. 8 calls, all turnaround visits have been scheduled to Port Milwaukee for the 2026 season. And again, the addition of American Cruise Line marks the 6th cruise line in the Cream City. Very exciting stuff there. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and when we come back, we're going to have another look at your weather because, again, we are tracking a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for a lot of our area, and then also a warning in effect just south of Madison a little bit. I know Tom's listening in right now. Hopefully I'm doing an okay job. I'm a little nervous. He's smiling. Give me a thumbs up if I am. He says I am. Okay, good. But yes, Chief Meteorologist Tom Walk's going to join us in just a few moments now. We'll probably give you a way better breakdown than I just did. But yes, we are tracking that for Milwaukee County and surrounding areas in southeast Wisconsin. So stay with us to know when the storms might pop in your area. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break. But again, we'll be right back with more weather news. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Maddie Stelk, taking you all the way to 3:30 here. Currently 2:43 though on your Wednesday afternoon. Let's take you out to Racine, where we're following some breaking news. Racine police calling this an incident, quote unquote incident, here at 20th and Racine Street. Again, we don't know much other than that this is a very active scene right now. They did say that they aren't able to share much more information beyond that. But again, we do have a crew out there on the scene right now, ready to bring you any updates as we get them. And as you can see, weather not looking too great out there. That's because Racine County is one of the counties of many, pretty much in the state of Wisconsin, that is under a severe thunderstorm watch right now, as well as a warning for just south of Madison. I'm going to bring in Chief Meteorologist Tom Wachs, who I'm so lucky to have with me here on the live desk today. Tom, what a treat for me. And you're coming at us from your studio at home, which is so cool. Catch us up. Give us the latest.
Yeah, well, first of all, you're doing a great job.
Thanks,
and
Tom.
By the way, your meteorology was spot on. So you know what? Maybe we could have you fill in on air with the weather sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy. I don't know about that.
Oh boy, one step at a time, right?
Right.
Well, let's talk about our weather here. And I'm going to share my screen because what I want to do is show you what's going on when it comes to this severe thunderstorm watch. Now, you're going to kind of see my computer system as a whole here. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect southwest of Madison. And that runs until 3 o'clock. And that is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, surrounding that is a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is for all of us in southeastern Wisconsin, and that runs until 10 o'clock. But let me zoom this out for you because this is a very large severe thunderstorm watch, number one, going from northern Wisconsin all the way down to Iowa and northern Illinois. Also of note, recently popping up, is a tornado warning to the south of La Crosse. So let's take a look at that. That is for northwest Vernon County, and that is 11 miles south of La Crosse. That is currently a radar-indicated tornado. So let's kind of do a deep dive on this here. Take a look at the radar, and I'll kind of tell you what's going on. So in terms of our atmosphere. So deal is here is we had the heavy rain this morning. Boy, was it a soaker for some. Well, now temperatures are rebounding into the 70s in many areas. We're getting these thunderstorms popping up over towards Madison, and they're pretty slow movers right now to the east. However, we're expecting more to develop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Now I'll zoom this out. Let's switch radars over to the La Crosse radar. You'll see this jump a little bit. That's the tornado warning cell. In fact, I'll put that on there to the south of La Crosse. And there's a little line developing off to the west. So what does this mean for us in southeastern Wisconsin? This means, number one, multiple waves of severe weather coming in for this afternoon and evening. I totally agree with the severe thunderstorm watch going until 10 o'clock tonight. I think that's a perfect time put out by the Storm Prediction Center. The main threats will be hail, number one, followed by wind, number two. Tornadoes, lowest on the list, but as we're seeing out west, we can't rule out a tornado warning or two. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch my screen over to a web browser here, and this is going to show kind of one of our high-resolution computer models. And so kind of, again, doing a bit of a deep dive. So as we go throughout the afternoon, and again, this is right about now. This is 3 p.m., and it's doing a decent job. By the way, Milwaukee is right here by my cursor. It might be somewhat hard to see at times, but it's showing these thunderstorms crossing our area. This is 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. All right, so I'll run that again. So again, you can see it from now all the way through into the evening hours. So again, what this means for us is we're going to be on alert for several rounds of severe thunderstorms here as we go throughout the afternoon and the evening. As of now, they are moving relatively slowly, but we'll see if they pick up in speed. A couple more deep dives for you, Maddie, is that a lot of folks are asking why the hail threat. And the answer to that is if you were to get into a hot air balloon and you were to go up right now, you would hit freezing or 32 degrees at roughly 10,000 feet. And that's low enough obviously for ice to start to form right in the clouds. And that's what creates hail. So that the freezing level is low enough, and that's why the hail threat is highest. Now, wind would be the next highest. And that's because of the wind shear in the atmosphere. In other words, if you were to get into a hot air balloon and go up, the winds get stronger as you go up. And when you get thunderstorm downdrafts, if you have the wind out of the same direction going up, it can bring those stronger winds down from above. Finally, the tornado threat is not zero. I wouldn't put it very high, but it's also not zero. And one of those questions will be if the winds can turn enough in the atmosphere. I mentioned they're out of the same direction, right? That usually lowers the tornado threat. But if we get just a little bit of a wind shift at the surface closer to the southeast, that could bring in, again, a threat for a tornado or two. So just to recap, severe thunderstorm watch for everybody until 10 o'clock tonight. That's all of southeastern Wisconsin. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for about another 10 minutes. That's for just southwest of Madison. And there is a tornado warning south of La Crosse.
Yeah, Tom,
we are
I have a camera right here. This is south of this is pointing. This is downtown La Crosse, but it is pointing south, the camera. I don't know if you can see it maybe a little bit in the back, what's going on there.
Yeah, so that's interesting. And what kind of concerns me a little bit will be if you're looking at the road here going straight down, if you look to the right, it would be that area right there. And, you know, they may have this pointed in the correct direction. That I can't tell with, we have the banner going across the top, so I can't tell exactly. But no, there we go. Thank you for, okay, so that makes it a little clearer. So what I'm seeing here, the concern is effectively straight on and to the right a little bit. And that could be the development of a wall cloud, which would be a precursor to a tornado. That's where you're getting the inflow into the storm. And what I'm interested in, we could just hang on this shot here for a few minutes. I'm interested to see if we see any spin with this, Maddie, if we see any rotation, because that's the telltale sign. It looks like the whole mass is heading towards us, right? And now just within the last frame, it's kind of fun to watch this live because you see there's a little cloud kind of hanging down, right? But then there's a cloud above it kind of extending. And it looks to me like that all in all is a shelf cloud starting to develop, which would not be a precursor to a tornado. However, if we start to see this thing spin, which I am not seeing that right at the moment, then I'd be more concerned from a tornadic standpoint.
Interesting. Yeah, it's crazy to see that in real time out there, like at the top of the screen as it develops. I had another camera ready that was just close to it. I'm going to see if I can play it out right now on, let's see if it'll come up on Weather Vision 4, which is, for those of you who don't know, Weather Vision 4 is another button I'm about to press right now. This is,
oh, look at that, Maddie.
Yep. So this
is La Crosse as well.
Western Technical College in La Crosse. So another shot downtown. This one, I believe, if our radar, it's pointing pretty much in the same direction, but a little bit, here goes my geography, west, I believe, of that other camera, if that tells you anything.
Sure. So it looks to me as though the storm is heading towards the camera, and we have just a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is just to the west of us. This is Dane and Rock counties. So they're extending that warning. And I'm going to actually I'm going to have to jump off with you here in a minute, just because what they've done, Maddie, you can see on this side, this is La Crosse, but the one that is northwest of Janesville, they put a tornado possible tag on that, meaning that there could be some rotation. So, yeah, so that's going to be the concern. Again, there's a tornado warning on the storm you're looking at in La Crosse, but now it looks like we need to just be careful in our area, especially our western counties, for the potential, certainly for severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe tornado warnings. And as you know, we have the World Cup on as well. So we're going to be kind of jumping in and out. Should we get tornado warnings, we'll probably be on Fox Local, maybe a little bit. Oh, look at this. That's the DOT cam.
This is Milton, Wisconsin right now, which I believe.
Milton. Yep. So Milton is, that's going to be in Rock County. And the actual storm of concern is still south of Madison, near Belleville, which got hit with an EF1 tornado just the other day. But yeah, I mean, you can see, again, the lower visibility. They're under a different thunderstorm. But yeah, this one's starting to concern me into Dane County here a little bit as well. So, you know, we're going to have to watch this pretty closely. I think, Maddie, I got to drop you off here. I'm going to head in just to make sure here that we don't start going tornadic shortly. But there is rotation south of Fitchburg or east of Verona right now. So, you know, we got to watch that. So, again, not zero. Let's hope we keep the tornadic stuff out of here. But, again, you know, Maddie, you're rocking it. You're doing a great job. Stephanie Barrichello, Holly Baker, and myself will be watching this here throughout the afternoon and evening. And you're probably going to see more of this here in the next few minutes and hours.
Yes, and everyone, if we have to cut in, it's for your safety. I need to stress, I can't stress that enough. I know we all love the World Cup, but again, appreciate what Tom and all the weather experts do. I will let you go. I know you're probably eager to check out those models, so thank you so much for joining us, Tom, from your home studio. So
Thank
cool.
you.
And so great
Thanks
to have
for the
you on.
podcast setup.
We love it.
All right, we'll see you
Thanks,
shortly.
Tom. See you in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but again, monitoring storms as they pop here. Let's take a look at your radar one more time before we go to break, just showing that majority of southeast Wisconsin under a tornado watch, right? Or not tornado, excuse me. Geez, jumping the gun there. A thunderstorm watch right now, and again, just tracking some possible tornado systems just west of us. So we are going to keep things going here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, bringing you the very latest on the weather as our weather experts are working very hard behind the scenes to keep everybody safe here. But again, we are tracking these systems right now in Wisconsin. Again, let's take a look at another shot. Yeah, this is in Milton right now. Honestly, let's just start circling through, I feel like, a few shots here. Again, Tom saying that Madison area, Dane County, point of concern right now as well, which could be headed towards our area in Milwaukee. But I'm trying to see what other shots we had. Oh yeah, we had the La Crosse one. I'm wondering if we can get that back up. Oh yeah, so this is the Western Technical College in La Crosse right now. You can kind of see that system moving through there that Tom was talking about. I'm wondering if we can get, if you hear a lot of clicking, it's me looking at a map right now. Gotcha, okay, looks like the Madison looks sunny. Where did you say it was, Delaney? You can talk to. Weather Vision 3. 3, I see. Oh yeah, look at that. Literally in just a matter of a few minutes, the storm in Madison now clearing out and sunny skies once again. You would have never thought that such a strong system, severe thunderstorm warning actually issued here, has now cleared out. But yeah, again, pretty concerning visuals that we saw up in the La Crosse area. Let's see if I can get, I wanted to get that camera back just so we can take a look there. But again, yeah, that's Madison right now. Things, oh yeah, okay. Let's see if we can play this on, taking a look here. Yep, there's that system that we were watching before, or is that the one that I just had? I'm trying to think. There's 2 cameras in downtown La Crosse right now, trying to bring you the other one that we had just a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, here we go. And Tom said it's kind of cool to just like watch them in real time. Let's see here. There. If you look in the top of your screen right there at the very top there, you can see some action over there as we monitor another system up there. But again, this is what we're tracking right now. Let's take a look at the radar right here. Severe thunderstorm warning, again, in effect for this area. We did just look at that camera in Madison. Looks like things are starting to clear out, but again, a point of concern, just you can see in real time our weather experts making the graphics kind of showing those points of concern right there. That's why Tom had to hop off, because again, this was a point that they were maybe looking at for possible tornado that could be developing there. And again, a point of concern because this could be headed towards our area. This is west of us near Madison. But again, we are going to continue tracking these storms just trying to pop through all these cameras here to see what we can bring you any good shots. I'm going to take a quick break. Delaney and I hard at work on this app called Weather Vision, or this software rather, where we have tower cams showing the entire state of Wisconsin to see if we can bring you any systems as they pop up. But again, keep it right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk for your latest weather news. We'll be right back.
Live Desk.
Top of the 3 o'clock hour here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Maddie Stell, taking you to 3:30 today. Let's take you through a lot of things happening right now in southeast Wisconsin. I'm trying to pick which one to go to first. We're following some breaking news. This is a live look in Racine right now, near Racine, and 20th Street, where there is a large police presence. We did hear just a few minutes ago from Racine Police just saying that this is a, quote, incident, that they did address that it was something that is going on, but did not give any further information, saying that there's a lot of details that they're waiting to emerge out of this, but did emphasize that this is a very active investigation, as you can see here. Rain moving through this area as well. As you can see at the top of your screen, severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of southeast Wisconsin, including Racine County. Looks like we can see here a shot of a car with the window broken into there. Not really sure what that could be about. Oh, perfect. We're getting a closer look right now from our photojournalist Liam, who is on the scene, just showing this window broken into this car. Again, a lot of SWAT cars here. I counted probably at least like 5 that were on scene. But again, this is very active right now near 20th and Racine Street in Racine. So we are going to bring you the very latest. We just saw somebody taking a picture of that there. But again, Racine Police saying that details are emerging, but we don't know much beyond that. And if you see the rain, that's because some did just move in. We are tracking a lot of systems throughout the state of Wisconsin right now. Let's take a look at your radar, just showing what we're tracking right now. Again, we just spoke with Chief Meteorologist Tom Walk, saying that a point of concern is that system right underneath Madison there. Let's see if I can bring you a live cam there. Delaney, remind me where this is again. Of course, right as you told me, it's fleeting.
Monona, Wisconsin.
Monona, Wisconsin. Heard it there. Did you use the talk button so everyone could hear you? Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Yeah, so Monona, Wisconsin. Delaney pulled this up here. You can see very low visibility here, but people are still driving, moving through. But again, Tom was saying that this could be a point of concern here as we take a look at our radar once again. Just showing this here. I know earlier I was showing you live pics And I accidentally, well, not accidentally, but we hopped on one of Pfizer Forum, which again, and I said too soon, because it does feel a little too soon after we're coming off of the news of the Giannis and Bobby Portis trade to the Miami Heat. Again, pretty emotional day in Southeast Wisconsin, and then barely any time to breathe, because then we had the first round of the NBA draft after, and we're looking ahead at the next round happening tonight. And I know a lot of you, when emotions are running high, we need a debrief. And there's no better person to debrief with than sports director Tim Van Born. I'm going to see if I can get him up right now on our, I see this one always messes me up with the newsroom button because it's a special one, and I know it. Let me see here. And this is what happens. You know what? We're just going to take him full, because who needs to see us B2B? We can get that afterwards. But Tim Van Born joining us now.
Yes, I could feel it
from
coming.
the newsroom. I know you could. I was trying to set you up good there, and then I was going to show us in boxes, Tim. But of course, things weren't working in my favor. But we've got you now. Tim, give us the recap first. Big night last night for the Milwaukee Bucks, and big shoes that they have to fill.
Well, a technical term there with the boxes, no problem, Maddie. Viewers obviously would prefer much more of you on screen, so we'll just chit-chat here.
Too kind.
It was an emotional, it's been an emotional week, obviously, for Bucks fans. John Horst, the general manager of the Bucks, you have to figure his head's been on a swivel back and forth. He gets the deal done to move Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat, and then, as you said, has to segue very quickly into draft mode. And general managers in any sport often make their bones in the draft. So this is a big part of what they do. The Bucks select a couple of players, and kind of mixed reviews, I guess, on NBA experts. I was listening to someone today saying, hey, the Bucks had one of the best drafts in the league. Very excited about the two players that they selected at 10 and then 13 with a pick that came from the Miami Heat in that trade. Somebody else saying, hey, that player at 13, Nate Ament, that's one of the worst picks in the draft. So it's all about projection at this stage, Maddie, and obviously it's in the eye of the beholder. We'll see as time goes by what these young players will become. Braden Burries is the pick at number 10. That was the Bucks' original selection, their own selection. He's a two-way player, 6'4", out of Arizona, 20 years old, and a lot of excitement about him. Nate Ament then comes at 13. That was a pick that the Miami Heat did own but conveyed to Milwaukee in this Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. Ament is young, tall, skinny, in some ways reminiscent of a Giannis Antetokounmpo. His mother has citizenship from another country. He actually carries Italian citizenship through her. Interesting to see what these guys become as the newest members of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, and I want to ask too, I mean, as we're showing this shot here of Nate then switching from the Heat hat to the Bucks hat, for people who, might not be as familiar with what's going on behind the scenes with the trade, kind of talk about like the complications here, because obviously it's like kind of unspoken to everybody that the number 13 pick, I mean, they said it was the Heat, and then of course they had to trade it. So kind of talk about that for people who might not understand what that process is like.
It is quizzical for sure, Maddie. In the NBA, the team that owns the selection is going to make that pick, and because of that, we've had many pictures and stories over the years of somebody wearing a hat that for a team they never end up playing for, even if these trades have basically been done ahead of time. Sometimes they're done on draft night. Someone is moved after he's selected, but in a lot of cases that trade has been done prior to the draft. It's just not official. For instance, with this Antetokounmpo trade, it's not going to be official until at least July 6th. John Horst, even after the draft last night, saying, this is the potential. This is something we anticipate. But the trade is not done. Yet the draft rights were conveyed regarding Nate Ament here following the 13th pick, and that was announced by the commissioner, Adam Silver, last night. So it's very confusing. You have, again, as I said, you have a long history of players who are wearing a hat for a team. Jimmer Fredette was a great player in college. He was drafted by the Bucks. There's a picture of him with a Bucks hat. He never played for the Bucks. He was traded right away afterwards. And people say, Jimmer Fredette never played for the Bucks. Of course he didn't. He was traded away right after he wore their hat on draft night, Maddie. So it's just one of those quizzical NBA things. For instance, in the NFL, draft picks get traded, and the new team then goes on the clock and makes that pick themselves. That's a distinction between these two leagues.
And you had mentioned, too, the GM just kind of talking, look, now it's both of us.
Hey, Maddie.
What a great way to just keep things going here, Tim. But yeah, you had mentioned the GM, you know, yesterday being like, hey, I'm not going to talk about it. Things aren't official until July 6th. Are you assuming then, with your knowledge, that they will not be addressing this until that deadline?
Yeah, they can't. I mean, in NBA rules, they cannot talk about something that's not complete. And so a lot of anticipation for John Horst last night, even a line of questioning about how's your week been, trying something that wasn't directly about the trade to get him to go somewhere with that. And busy, stressful. It's always busy this time of year. That was the trade of the answer. So until this goes down, we will not hear from the respective teams. Now, you could hear from one of the players involved on social media or somewhere else. They can say about anything they want, but the teams themselves can't say anything until it's official. Physicals have to be conducted on the players in a deal like this, the magnitude. Everybody has to check off medically, and then it just has to go through the proper channels and league timetables.
I want to show you something, and I'm wondering if we can get it up right now, just showing Giannis spotted yesterday at the WNBA game. And just interesting, the actual post from the WNBA, which of course is affiliated with the NBA, saying the newest member of the Miami Heat, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and his fam are in the building for tonight's matchup, addressing that he is the newest member of the Miami Heat. I just feel like, here there's so many formalities about things being official, but then you go ahead and see a post like this. Why is that?
Because it's a known fact, but it's not confirmed, essentially. I think that's the best way to say it, Maddie. I saw something on social media, assuming it was legitimately his account. Tyler Hero, who is in the trade coming back to Milwaukee from Miami and is a Milwaukee area native playing at Whitnall High School, tweeting out 414. I mean, that's the area code, obviously. He knows what he's getting into here. And as you say, as we look at the Giannis Antetokounmpo video board here from the WNBA last night, the WNBA, as you said, is an affiliation with the NBA, and they're willing to put that out. And, the conversation during the draft and since on all these NBA shows is Giannis Antetokounmpo now with the Heat, Bobby Portis now with the Heat. What's that team going to be like? The Bucks now in this new era. It's just that this won't become official until July 6th at the earliest. And by then, we'll get some official comments, but everybody will have sort of mentally moved into this new reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, Bucks fans are maybe just sick of the games here and just want everything to be official. But again, yeah, a lot of things, legal things that go into it, as well as Tim was saying there, of course. I do want to talk, too, because I feel like after we found out who these picks were, or even with the trade, with Tyler Hero especially, people are really upset. And I think giving Tyler Hero a lot of hate on social media, saying, send him back, we don't want him. Why do you think that is? Is that because of his reputation? Is it because they're upset about Giannis? What would be your perspective on it?
I would say I think that's fans being fans. You're going to have supporters of players. You're going to have detractors on players, and those guys get it. I would say this about Tyler Hero. He has made himself into a contributing player at the NBA level. He's an NBA All-Star. He's entering the final year of his contract, and he's going to be in line for a major contract after that. Austin Reeves at the Los Angeles Lakers, probably a comparable player, just got a contract for, I don't know, $120 million or something like that. You can expect that Tyler Hero is going to get that too after his contract expires, whether that's with the Bucks or whether that's with some team that the Bucks would trade him to, or whether that's out on the open market. There's definite value in Tyler Hero's game. So yeah, there are detractors for Tyler Hero. There are detractors for Giannis Antetokounmpo. There are detractors for Bobby Portis. There are detractors across the board in a deal like this, and there are supporters as well. I think it's very difficult to say, a majority feels this way or majority feels that way on any of these guys, because you can find opposing points of view just opening social media.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can. I'll open X and I'll be like, whoa, geez, people are giving their very strong opinions. But hey, I guess that's what the franchise is all about. People are very passionate, which is good, and we hope that that energy continues, but maybe a little more positively as we welcome these new recruits into Milwaukee. I did want to ask, just kind of looking ahead into tonight, after seeing last night's picks, do you have an idea of where the Bucks may be headed for tonight for round two?
I think the Bucks in general, and John Horst maintained last night, they're trying to build their organization. They're trying to build the best roster possible. I know that's cliched. I know it's cliched to come from an NBA decision maker. It's even more cliched to come from me, but I don't know what else to say about it. At this point, Maddie, they're transitioning from a team that was a championship team, still trying to cling to some of the core of that championship. and not being able to succeed with that approach. Now trying to go, is it a 180? Is it a 150? I don't know exactly where to go other than John Horst is correct in saying they need bodies. They need talent. They need to accumulate assets at this stage and figure out how to put it all together with a new coach, Taylor Jenkins. So that's a change as well.
I'm curious to hear your perspective, just weighing out like the pros and the cons of the Giannis trade. How do you expect the Bucks, when that July 6th deadline comes, to address this to the fans?
My assumption will be that they're going to say it was a wonderful 13-year chapter, and they, won a championship with Giannis Antetokounmpo and respect everything he's done here, and felt, this is the best direction for the franchise going forward. As we read more, as we hear more, was Giannis going to return to the Bucks, or had he given them, the ultimatum to trade him because he was not going to come back to Milwaukee under any circumstance? If that was the case, the Bucks had to move him, right? They're not going to come out and say that on July 6th, but if they were put up against the wall by Giannis or his representation that he is not going to sign a supermax and is going to be leaving the organization at his behest, then the Bucks obviously felt the need to get as much as they could for him. So how much will be discussed on July 6th or July 7th or July 8th or whatever we get to that point? That remains to be seen. But this is high stakes, big time professional sports. The contracts, the negotiations, the legacies. As fans, there's an emotional attachment to a player. Organizations have so many more things to deal with. They understand that attachment, but they have so many more things to deal with.
Yeah, and I think time may be on their side here. I mean, they've got a couple weeks until they have to make that announcement, and I know they say time heals all wounds, so maybe fans will be less emotional when the time comes, and will take it better.
And which side goes first here? The Bucks can't do anything until that trade's official. So between now and then, does Giannis Antetokounmpo take out the full-page newspaper ad or post on social media, farewell to Milwaukee? If he does, then he has taken the lead in the dynamics there. And then the Bucks would, in a way, be responding to that. Obviously, down in Miami, they're very excited to get him. They can't say anything publicly about that yet either, so maybe he posts, I'm looking forward to going to Miami. There are so many tentacles stretching off this story.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of developments that we're looking forward to bringing you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk over these next few weeks. And Tim Van Voren, of course, will be here to help us along the way. Tim, thank you so much for joining us here on the Live Desk. We're going to take a quick break, but again, second round of the NBA draft tonight. Tim is going to have that coverage for you on our late night newscast on Fox 6 News at 9 and 10. But again, we're going to take a quick break. First, I want to show you the radar one more time as we are tracking severe weather here. We're going to check in with meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello in just a moment after the break, so keep it right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Again, we are monitoring that system just underneath Madison, as Tom was saying, maybe a point of concern. Steph's going to bring you the very latest right after this quick break. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
You guys, I am looking at our weather graphics right now, and it does not look any better from when we last checked in. Steph, I can see that right behind you. I'm just going to take you right now because I'm looking and I see the red. And oh my gosh, I'm concerned. Get us up to speed.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. Let's see. It is 3:18. You talked to Tom not too long ago. We were watching a cell in Dane County. Now we have two separate severe thunderstorm warnings in the vicinity, southern Dane and northern Rock. And of more concern is an even stronger cell way west of us out in Lafayette County. And that is where we have an active tornado warning. Earlier when you were talking to Tom, you were focusing in on the La Crosse area where there was a tornado warning. I'm happy to report that expired and there is not even a severe thunderstorm warning out there. So good news for La Crosse. Unfortunately for our area, really just west of us, we have a handful of cells that we are watching very closely. Of course, the tornado warned cell way out west, south of Darlington, if you're familiar with that area. Now, I'll just point out that there is a severe thunderstorm warning just south of the Illinois state line. So this looks like it may be beginning to drift south a little bit. And we're talking, the main cell here where you're seeing the majority of the lightning. So maybe some good news for Greene County just out towards the east. But there was absolutely rotation on this storm a short time ago. And it looks like, unfortunately, it is strengthening. So that rotation really tightening up. We're looking at that bright red and the green coming together. It does appear, though, that it is starting to move towards the southeast. So that may cross at least the strongest part of that cell into far northern Illinois. There is Darlington again. So this is way south and way west of our viewing area. Now, also want to note that the new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Rock County, right near the Edgerton area, at one point may have had a little bit of broad rotation, but nothing, again, of concern at this point. Now my eye is almost looking towards the northwest. So you can just tell, this is a velocity and storm relative velocity. So this is giving us a better idea of where there could be some spin or some rotation within some of these thunderstorms. Just one of the tools that we look at. Also want to point out, these storms, whether they're Dane County, Rock County, or out towards the west a bit more, are likely producing some decent sized hail as well. So a couple of different, components that we're watching within these specific storms. Now here is the broader view. It looks like they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning with the cell that's southeast of La Crosse. We'll get in on this a little bit later tonight, but in the meantime, we are focusing in on those cells that are just out towards the west. I heard my printer go off, so I'm just going to step off screen real quick because I want to see the latest from the National Weather Service, and it just looks like they are continuing that tornado warning out west in Lafayette County. I just want to check the direction on this because it was really interesting to see that they put that severe thunderstorm warning down into Illinois to see if it's starting to move a little bit more towards the south. Also, 1.5 inch size hail possible within that tornado warning too. So again, just to bring it full circle, we still have plenty of thunderstorms out there. Now, going back to the cells that are just, I'm actually going to backtrack a little bit to get that closer view. Because I wanted to talk about the newly warned storm near Edgerton. So that's northern Rock County. So this is moving east. So, think places like Whitewater, likely going to see that cell in the next 20 to 30 minutes. It's moving slow, but remember, Whitewater is right there on the border, very, very close. So likely starting to see some rain as we speak. But as far as the severe portion of that cell, it is still just off towards the west. But we're talking far southern Jefferson County, northwestern Walworth County. We'll see this likely in the next 30 to 40 minutes. And then again, this cell that's south of Madison moving into northwestern Rock, I think that's perking up a little bit. So we may need to watch that for hail, maybe a little bit of rotation as well. But everything at the moment is still primarily west of us, but we are definitely going to need to monitor these storms as they move eastward because southern Jefferson County, yes, it's rain right now. It may strengthen a little bit more. No warnings for our viewing area. They are still just off towards the west, but getting closer. So I do anticipate, maybe even as we get closer to 4 o'clock, actually, it looks like they just extended that warning a little bit more towards the east. Still outside of our viewing area, but again, as we get closer to that 4 o'clock hour, I do think we may see that warning, if the strength is still there, into parts of Walworth and southern Jefferson County. But for now, this really is just west of us. And then we also need to look at what's out ahead of that tornado warning that's now in Greene County, because that's going to eventually move into Rock County. So we're watching Jefferson, we're watching Walworth at this point in time. The rest of southeast Wisconsin doing okay, but we have the chance to see more development. I would say this really is just the beginning, so still be weather aware through the next couple of hours. But we may luck out and have a little bit more time before this starts to impact our area.
And the way to do that is to keep streaming us on Fox Local. Again, we are committed to keeping you guys safe when the storms start to pop. I want to show you a few live cam stuff that Delaney and I pulled up. This is Edgerton right now, actually. Okay. One of the areas that you mentioned. And then also, this one is Milton, just kind of showing the sky there. But yeah, we're monitoring these. I don't know.
Maddie, actually, we just got a couple of reports of some funnel clouds in northern Rock County. So within that new severe thunderstorm warning that they issued. So again, still outside of our viewing area, but heavy rainfall as these move in, likely some hail. And we're still talking kind of a lower threat for tornadoes, but clearly there is a history of some rotation on these storms. So as they move east, that's something we will absolutely need to watch for. And so the new severe thunderstorm warning that had just popped up when we were talking, it kind of just fills in the gap here. So there was that one area of rotation that I was watching. Let me go back to it. That's the Lafayette cell. And it looks like it's weakened a little bit. It's not quite as distinct, but earlier it was a little brighter. At least the red on velocity was a little brighter, but they filled the gap essentially for that severe thunderstorm warning. So now northwestern, north central Rock County under a severe thunderstorm warning for hail, for gusty wind, and for the chance of a tornado. So that is still something we need to really monitor as this moves east. I do think we have another 30 minutes before we really could see this into parts of Walworth County. But those cameras were telling you could see that those skies were dark as the storm was getting closer.
This is one I just found in Janesville. I mean, in the very top, out in the distance. Oh my gosh. Very crazy.
Absolutely. I do think we have some traffic cams near Edgerton, but I'd probably have to do a little bit of digging.
We do. This is the one. This is in Edgerton right now.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, yes. Okay, so not too bad. Clearly raining. The worst could be just away from Edgerton.
I see. Oh,
and they're moving
giving us a better. Oh, thank you guys.
Perfect. See, they know.
They
know it's coming.
They heard us. They're actually watching the Wisconsin Live Desk right now.
There you go.
And we're like, let's help them out. Okay, look, there we. Oh wow.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
Okay. You know, it is really fascinating, though, because the National Weather Service, they rely on some of these cameras, especially if they don't have spotters out in the vicinity. So, you know, there is constant communication, which is why as storms are moving in, we see some of these cameras moving a little bit, because the National Weather Service is likely in contact or communication. Ooh, okay. We got to stay actually on this camera. Let's look at this, because they're about to tornado warn this cell in northern Rock County. They do have a spotter, a storm spotter that is, that reports a funnel cloud. Let's see here. Let me look at a map real quick, but keep this camera up, and then I'll bring you back to radar. I just want to get my bearings of where this is located. But newly issued tornado warning. And this is out west for northern Rock County. So for the area near Edgerton that we've been kind of talking about. And there was little bits of rotation here or there. Let's see, Fulton, the Fulton area, which is just southwest of Edgerton, which is likely why they moved this camera. And let's see, I'm going to zoom in on my velocity real quick just to get a better idea. So you saw Edgerton, so Fulton is kind of, we're kind of looking, it's a little messy right now. But we're going to continue to watch that area near Edgerton. Clearly the rain is falling, so the storm is coming in right now. Let me see if I can get back to our warning map just to give you guys a better idea. Okay, here is the warning map if you want to go back to our G2 graphics, Maddie. So here is that tornado warning. So again, it's in Rock County. It is west of our viewing area, but it's moving east. There's a storm spotter that confirmed a funnel cloud just southwest of Edgerton near Fulton. So there is some clear rotation. We were watching it as it moved from south central Dane County into far northwestern portions of Rock County. So I'm going to pause this now. I just want to check in on direction and speed, and I'm going to put a track on this to get a better idea of when this could move into Walworth County, because clearly Walworth County would be next. That warning goes until 4:15. Also on that quarter-sized hail. So there is still hail within this storm. It is moving southeast at about 25. So stay with me here as I make a track on the strongest part of this cell. It's really nice. We have all these fancy tools within our graphic system that we can use. And this is going to be a bit of a messy track for you, but you know what? It's over an hour away from getting into Walworth, but you can kind of get the gist of it. It might be close to the border between Rock and Walworth County just after 4:10. And that's if it maintains its speed. But this is actually a pretty slow moving storm. All of these storms have been very slow. At one point, these were moving at about 10 miles per hour, but now they're moving at about 25. And let's put this into motion too, just to see how it's moving. So we are looking at the cell that's just towards the southwest of Edgerton, where you're seeing a few of those lightning bolts. I just want to go back to rotation since I have you. Maddie, do you need to get to something else? Because
No,
if you do, please cut me
Steph,
off.
I was about to say, we are extending our coverage here till 4 o'clock with all the things popping, so
yeah, I think
go
that's
ahead.
a great idea, especially if this moves into Walworth around that time, because then we would obviously have the tornado warning moved into Walworth County. That's not the case right now. It's just for Northern Rock, and remember this cell is still southwest of Edgerton. So we're talking, I mean, northwestern parts of Rock County. So we've got some time. You know, I'm not terribly impressed by rotation at this point, but these storms have the history of kind of weakening and then perking up again. So we just need to monitor it. Let's check out the hail too, because look at that. Quarter-sized hail, at least I would say, is a possibility within that severe cell, which is east of Evansville, southwest of Edgerton. So active tornado warning still for northern Rock County, really central Rock County as well, but the cell itself is in northwestern parts of that county. So we are going to watch that. It could get close to Walworth, closer to about 4 p.m. Let's broaden the view a little bit, and we also still have those severe storms towards the east of La Crosse. That's right along the cold front. So we've got a while before those actually move in, but as I look at those, yes, they're linear, but you know, it's a broken line. So those cells do have the possibility, if they don't fill in, to also still have a tornado threat. You know, a lot of times when we have a full line of storms, damaging wind and hail can be some of the bigger threats. But when they're more, what's the right word for it, discrete, or kind of singular, if that makes sense, then a lot of times tornadoes are the primary threat. So we'll watch those ones out in La Crosse. But in the meantime, we have 2 active tornado warnings, one for Lafayette County. In fact, this was the strongest one a short time ago. Definitely has some hail on it. We can check to see what velocity is doing on that too. A little tricky because it's moving into the new radar.
I wanted
looks
to
like
show you. This is our Janesville camera.
Oh
I
yes,
don't know
let's
if we
take a
can
look at that.
Take it in full, but like in the top there, I wish maybe the National Weather Service can call our DOT friends to move it up just a little bit.
Right.
But you can kind of just see what's happening at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, clearly some dark clouds. It's kind of hard to tell if there's any type of lowering, but you can tell something's happening in this shot. And I do want to check in real quick with the National Weather Service to see if they have anything new for us. It looks like we still have those tornado warnings. Okay, we're looking at the tornado warned cell in Rock County. Just that these storms are likely strengthening on a boundary that is in the vicinity. And what I mean by boundary is almost like a little mini front, if you will, but they form from previous storms. So likely from some of the rain and thunder that we had earlier this morning, it just set a little boundary or mini front in that area, and that's enough to create some spin. Still have that funnel report from the Fulton area. Otherwise, I see typing in our chat system, but otherwise that's the latest from the National Weather Service. I'm hoping that soon they chat about Walworth County. I know it's still pretty far west of our viewing area, but a lot of times when they have confirmation of these things, not that a tornado is actually on the ground, but when they have good confidence, then they will issue a warning pretty far out. But no indications of that just yet. So we're kind of just waiting and watching this area, as there is still a little bit of broad rotation on it. Again, you can tell even in this camera view at the top of your screen that the storm is closing in. Also heavy rainfall, potentially large hail, at least quarter size, which is 1 inch in diameter, if not a little bit larger than that. I know the cell out in Lafayette County had the potential of producing 1.5 inch size hail, which I believe is ping pong size.
Oh my gosh.
And that was a big threat that we were really honing in on earlier today, that the hail was certainly a possibility with how low our freezing level is today. So it doesn't take that much of an updraft or a strong wind that goes up, into your thunderstorm essentially to, get those hailstones to get bigger and bigger before they fall when they are too heavy. So we knew that was going to be a possibility. But main threat at this point in time really is that potential for tornadic activity with the cell both in Lafayette County as well as northern Rock County. And the National Weather Service did also mention Greene County out ahead of the cell that is tornado warned in Lafayette County. What camera is this?
This is the Edgerton camera.
Okay. So clearly some heavy rain in there.
If there's one that you're thinking of that could be good, I can delineate or I can call it up back here.
Sure. Do we have a weather metrics cam in Janesville? We just have that Beloit one, don't we?
Let me check.
I'm trying to think of cameras in the area. But yeah, this is certainly.
Yeah, it looks like just DOT, but
okay.
This is we'll get the Janesville one back up.
Okay. I know Beloit's a bit far, but it might be worth looking at that one too, just to see if, off in the distance.
Yeah, that's the Janesville one.
Okay, that's Janesville. And this storm is north of Janesville, so I'm assuming this is pointing north. The strongest part of this cell, southwest of Edgerton, northwest of Janesville, so kind of right there in the middle. Porter is not too far away if you're familiar. Layden might be the town's name. I hope I didn't say that wrong. This is a hefty storm, and you can tell by those clouds, again, just north of Janesville. I do want to check back in with rotation. There is certainly still some rotation on here. Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, some strong wind. And we can go ahead and check back towards Lafayette too, because that cell was, of course, still tornado warned too. That cell out in Lafayette has been going back and forth between tightening and more broad rotation, but that tornado warning is still ongoing. Here's a look at the active warnings too, by the way. So main focus is on this tornado warning in Rock County, northern and central portions of Rock County. There is that second tornado warning in Lafayette County. And as far as end time goes, the tornado warning for Rock continues until 4:15, and that is moving southeast. So we really will need to watch, especially west central parts of Walworth County, as that gets a little bit closer, I think closer to about 4 p.m. I know this warning goes until 4:15, but by 4 we really need to watch our western communities in western Walworth County. And then also a severe thunderstorm warning within that cell as well. Sometimes that'll happen. It'll start as a severe thunderstorm warning, then they'll upgrade as a tornado warning. Out towards the west, we need to watch these too, because what's out in Lafayette County, which feels very far away, is moving still towards the east, and there's more development out ahead of it too in southern parts of Greene County. And it's very possible still that within the area of the storm that's not warned, that it still strengthens a bit.
Yeah, this is Beloit right now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, is that a bird on the camera?
No.
Wow.
I don't know what that is.
Bad timing, bird. Goodness.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Beloit, obviously very far towards the south, right near the Wisconsin-Illinois border, essentially. But you see the cloud cover, you get the gist. It's still kind of a turbulent sky as the strongest part of that storm passes way, way north of them. But they will start to get some rain here shortly with the cell that's still warned out in Lafayette County, but out ahead of it, non-severe thunderstorms moving through parts of Greene County. So that will then eventually move into the Beloit area here shortly. So they'll at least start to see a little bit of rainfall.
Yeah,
I heard my printer go off, so I'm going to check
yeah.
in on what we've got. Thank you, Holly. My colleague meteorologist Holly Baker is back here with me too. It looks like nothing new with our tornado warning, basically. Just a special weather statement here for what we just talked about, what Beloit is about to see that is in southern Greene County. I just want to check in real quick again with the latest from the National Weather Service. Yes, that tornado warning is still ongoing. I kind of want to read through their warning real quick to see if there's anything new. Let's see, moving southeast at 25. Quarter-size hail still a possibility. Again, they had that storm spotter report, a funnel cloud. Janesville around 340. So do you have that camera up, Maddie?
Yeah, the Janesville one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Janesville.
It looks like it's still a little far towards the north, but
I will say this Milton camera, I'm going to see if I can get that up.
Yeah, let's check that out.
Does not look too great right now. That's Milton.
Let's see. Oh, wow, yeah. At the very least, really heavy rain as that moves through. And that's, you know, that's also worth mentioning. A lot of times we always say, even if there is a tornado on the ground, which we don't have confirmation of, but even if a tornado is on the ground, it is in an area of torrential rain. You are more than likely not going to be able to see it, but a trained spotter, if they're out ahead of the storm, you know, before the rain really picks up, they may be able to see a funnel, which in this case is what happened out towards the west. But no confirmation that a tornado is actually on the ground, but there has absolutely been rotation at times within that cell. Milton, it looks like, is out ahead of the main warned cell. In fact, I don't even think they're in the warning technically, but they are still getting in on the non-severe part of that thunderstorm as it makes its way towards the east.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, they're adjusting it. Maybe they...
Oh, perfect. Wow, you can tell. Look at how heavy that... Wow. I know it's a little blurry, but you can tell that that rain is heavy. There are people pulled over on the interstate with their flashers on. So as these cells move into Walworth, we're going to need to watch that heavy rain potential as well. Wow. Okay. Zoom things out a little bit. Check in on the National Weather Service. And then I want to do, okay. Latest on that Lafayette County storm, that rotation has gone into northern Illinois. So they're going to let that tornado warning expire. So that's some good news there. But I do want to focus in on Rock County. So let me, you can see it on your radar screen. So that warning across Rock County continues until 4:15. There's likely hail as well as heavy rain associated with this. It looks like the strongest part of the cell might be approaching Janesville as we speak. Maybe
oh, Steph,
just
yeah.
north.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah, let me see. This is great, Maddie. I love that we have a visual. Wow. I do believe it is moving in as we speak. Okay, let's stay on this camera. Because Janesville is about to see this. I'm looking at radar, and it is approaching. I'll be really interested to see if we see hail in this visual as well. But again, this is for Rock County. It is not technically in our viewing area, but western Walworth County, if you are watching from that area, I would get ready to get into your safe spot. This is a lot of lead time. Even if the warning doesn't continue into Walworth County after 4 or 4:15, we know that this is going to be a strong cell. So everybody in western Walworth County, make sure you're aware that this is going to be moving in likely between 4 and 4:30. A lot of lightning in this as well. The heavy rainfall is notable. We can't see it just yet in this Janesville shot, but again, the cell is moving in as we speak. There certainly is maybe even a few areas of rotation within this specific cell or this specific area. So active tornado warning, storm approaching Janesville, as you can see. And again, this camera is from the Janesville area. I do wonder if we have gotten any social media reports. I'm going to check real quick as we continue to watch this. Then I'm going to put a track on this storm so we get a better idea of what or when this could arrive in Walworth County. So let's see here. I know every so often we'll get comments from Janesville on what these storms are doing. I don't see anything right now though, but it was worth a check. Okay. It still seems like all is calm there, Maddie, but I doubt that's the case.
I'm seeing if I can get another camera up here now. Let's see, this is,
wow,
yeah, just the top of it there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Still some drivers, doing their thing. I don't see anybody pulled over, which is good because during a tornado warning, you don't want to pull over. You want to keep going.
Right.
If you can, of course. If a tornado is on the ground and you're in the path, then, you're kind of forced to. Okay, here. I'm going to check in on the speed of this storm, and then we are going to put a track on this. So it continues, once again, the warning until 4:15. This is moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. They actually upped the hail size to ping pong size. So that would be that 1.5 inches. And we're getting that indication too as we look at our VIL is what we call it. Yeah, this is really interesting. There's almost 2 core parts of this area of storms. One southeast of Milton and then one north of Janesville. And I was looking at that too with rotation. Almost, 2 somewhat notable spots. So south of Milton, northwest of Janesville, both of those could still be pretty notable parts of the storm, especially when it comes to potential rotation, strong wind, hail, and of course that very heavy rainfall as well. A reminder too that we are all in a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 10 p.m. So that's all of southeast Wisconsin. We also still have an area of thunderstorms out west too, with a handful of warnings. These originated near the La Crosse area. Now they're well east of La Crosse. These ones are actually moving quite a bit quicker, quite a bit faster than the ones that are just towards the west of our viewing area. So we'll really focus in on Rock County. Again, Walworth County, I know you're not under a warning right now, but I would be prepared, in the next 30 minutes or so to get into your safe spot in case this is extended into Walworth County. And then later tonight, we'll see the line of storms that's out towards the west. Northern Wisconsin also has been very active so far today. And it's worth mentioning too, we have already picked up a lot of rainfall. We have seen in a handful of communities well over 1 inch of rain, and that was from the rain this morning. So we will need to watch for that flooding potential as we especially see some of these slow-moving storms down south move into Walworth County. Walworth County is by far, I think, our biggest area of concern. thanks to this tornadic cell.
Steph, we're getting a lot of YouTube comments right now, actually. A lot of people confirming. I'm just going to pull up Milton right now.
Yeah, thank
saying
you.
that there's hail in Milton, as
Okay.
you were saying. And yeah, just reading through some of them, we're going to see if we can actually bring them here to you. Just showing you, and again, this is another look at our camera in Janesville. But yeah, we're working to get those comments up so we can maybe talk about them. But yeah, a lot of people talking about Milton. Somebody said, I'm in Janesville by Marshall. Am I safe? Steph, I know you're probably going to the printer right now. So we'll bring these comments to you. But yeah, we are seeing them and tracking them right now and seeing if we can bring you them live on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Looks like Steph just got a piece of paper of some sorts.
Yeah, just a couple of reports of those funnel clouds that were reported earlier. So this was, we had one, or I guess just one funnel cloud report. That was around 312. So it's almost 350 right now, but that was near the Fulton area, southwest of Edgerton, and that's what prompted the tornado warning. So that was a while ago, but again, this warning continues until 4:15, and it's because the storm is crawling. It is not moving very fast. And then notice, just out ahead of that tornado warning where you're seeing some of this purple, that is likely a hail core near Milton, like you mentioned. So there is likely heavy rain, now southeast of Milton, but likely heavy rain and maybe some larger hail within this as well. They're not technically in a warning right now, but my guess is that that will change. Okay, so this storm is still moving at about 25 miles per hour. It's not moving very quickly. I am just going to put a track on the strongest part, which is what's kind of moving through Janesville right now. It's moving east-southeast, I would say. And this is the part of storm coverage that you have to watch up to the minute, because this storm could start moving east and it would completely change this storm track. But at its current movement, it's likely going to cross into western Walworth County. And remember, this is what is near Janesville right now, not that portion of the storm that's approaching Whitewater. Whitewater, you're going to start to see some rain and thunder here shortly, but likely going to get closer to western Walworth County near that Johnston or Bradford or Johnstown, closer to about 4:15. So maybe as the warning is ending, we'll see the strongest part of that cell getting closer to western Walworth. And then Delavan, you can see on there maybe 4:30 or slightly before then. But I do think it's moving slowly, so it might take a little bit longer than what this track is actually showing. And that's, again, just kind of the nowcasting of the situation. We really have to watch the speed of this thing and the movement of it, because that'll change at what time someone sees this and exactly who sees it. But at this point in time, I think by 5:15, we'll really need to watch this into western Walworth. And wow, this camera has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and there's another one too. This is another shot in
Oh,
Janesville.
wow. Yeah. That is very heavy rainfall. You always know when you see people on the shoulder or on the side of the road pulled over that the rain is heavy. I'm sure visibility is reduced quite a bit, and it is never fun to drive in rain like that at all. But yeah, we're still in the thick of things. Again, likely still some strong wind at the very least southeast of Milton. The Janesville area likely about to see this. Obviously, they're getting, storms and really heavy rain right now.
Yeah, Steph, it seems like our YouTube, we've reached the Milton crowd. A lot of people asking if they're safe, if they need to get to their safe space right now. You could give some insight there too.
I think Milton is okay. Definitely hail though, and probably some strong wind, but I'm not seeing, that big red blob that you're looking at on our velocity scan. In fact, I'll kind of switch over to our other velocity, which picks up on just some strong wind. There is likely some strong wind south of Milton right now. Obviously, stay inside Milton. At the very least, you're probably seeing some hail just southeast of you. But I don't think you need to be worried about a tornado at this point in time. You're awfully close though, so I would still stay inside until all of this moves out of your area, but you're just north of the worst of it, which is some good news. Though earlier, you probably dealt with a decent amount. Let's see here. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Rock County And I'm wondering if that was extended into Walworth as well. Good news that this is a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning. And I think that's because there's not as notable as of rotation is what we had been watching previously. But this new severe thunderstorm warning for western and parts of northern Walworth County goes until 4:30. So this is still expected to move into Walworth County here likely in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But good news once again that this is not the tornado warning being extended, it is the severe thunderstorm being extended. So let's go back to radar and check in on what we've got here. You know the basics of this cell continuing to move east. There is likely going to be some large hail. We're talking the possibility of ping pong size hail, which is 1.5 inches in diameter. Frequent cloud to ground lightning. You can see it right over the Milton area or maybe just south of the Milton area. Heavy rainfall and likely some gusty wind, maybe even to that 60 mile per hour range there. So this is still going to be a strong storm as it approaches Walworth County. Now, northwestern Walworth County, looks like Whitewater, you're just north of this warning, which is some good news there. But Sugar Creek, you're going to experience at least some of this initial rain here shortly. You've got a bit more time before you see that strongest cell. And actually, as I pause this and take the lightning off, let's put the hail tracker on here because Sugar Creek, you are basically right in that clear path of some of this large hail. I haven't seen hail reports yet. Let me look real quick. But this does have the possibility of producing over 1 inch hail. And my guess is that this is what passed maybe just south of Milton or moved through the Milton area. Let's see here. Another report of hail in Milton. So clearly that is absolute ground truth. Otherwise, I'm not seeing any other reports from out in the Janesville area or out in portions of Rock County. So again, that's some good news there, but we do really need to watch this warning. In fact, I want to look just through the wording real quick of this severe thunderstorm warning, because sometimes they will put tornado possible, but it doesn't look like that wording is there. So that's some good news. Okay, $50 size hail. So that is just smaller than 1.5 inches sized hail possible as this moves into Walworth County. Maddie, we have gone over so much. Let me kind of recap.
Yes, please.
What's this cam? This is a Milwaukee cam that
This
we're looking
camera?
at?
No. This is still Janesville.
Oh, Janesville,
on
okay.
Milwaukee Street.
Milwaukee
looks like.
Street.
Yes.
Got it.
But yes, please do. We've got a couple minutes left. We've got a lot of people watching on YouTube right now
Okay.
to kind of recap what's happening.
Great. Okay, let's go over warnings first. We still have that tornado warning in central Rock County that goes until 4:15. Now, it does appear that rotation is a lot weaker and a lot broader than it was earlier, which is a good sign, but it is still there. The severe thunderstorm warning in orange has been extended into Walworth County. That goes until 4:30. Broadening this out a little bit or zooming out, there are still a couple of more warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, north and west. We won't worry about what's in northern Wisconsin, but we will look at what's out west because that line we could see later on tonight. So again, we have covered a lot in the last, what have we been on, hour, I believe. We're still especially watching in the meantime Walworth County severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15, and we will continue to keep you updated coming up here shortly on Fox 6 News at 4.
Absolutely, Steph. I'm going to have to let you go so you can get ready for Fox 6 News at 4. But for those of you watching us on YouTube, Fox Local, wherever you are, keep it on right now. We're just going to take a quick break, but your weather coverage will continue here on YouTube, streaming, and also on Fox Local as well, and on Fox 6. So again, keep it right here. We're just going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more updates on your weather. Stay with us.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
And welcome to Fox 6 News at 4 here on our Wisconsin streaming channel. Oh, you can see there that little bit of haze, cloud cover. We are in for a little something this afternoon at 4 o'clock here on a Wednesday.
There's some nasty storms brewing out there, and Stephanie Barrichello has been tracking them for us. Hey, Steph. Uh-oh. Okay.
Turn my mic
Let's
off
try
really
that again.
quickly.
Stephanie Barrichello has been tracking them for us.
Thank you. Hi, Ben and Mary. It's been a busy couple of hours back here in the weather department. Now, everything has cooperated up until, about an hour ago. We were watching storms fire south and southwest of Madison and then out in Lafayette County. Now, Lafayette County, obviously way west of us, but there were 2 separate tornado warnings, one far west and then one still ongoing around the Janesville area. And now the good news is that specific part of the storm, I'm not really seeing rotation on. Now the warning continues until 4:15, but will likely be allowed to expire. Out ahead of it, a severe thunderstorm warning, and that has been extended into Walworth County. That goes until 4:30. But again, a good sign that it was extended as a severe thunderstorm warning and not extended as a tornado warning, because we're not quite seeing the rotation. What we are seeing at this point in time is hail, though. So western Walworth County, if you are within that severe thunderstorm warning, there is the possibility of up to 1.5 inch size hail. We're talking $50 to ping pong size hail, a possibility. Now, I have not seen specific reports of that, but it is a possibility. So if you have got time to move the car inside, I would do so. Otherwise, just know that that is certainly a big threat as this cell continues to move in. In fact, if you look really closely behind the lightning, you almost see purple showing up on radar. That's the hail core showing up. So it's a good indicator that at the very least, there is 1 inch size hail falling within this storm as it just now crosses into far western Walworth County. Again, the Janesville area, it is likely very stormy near you, very heavy rainfall. That tornado warning still technically in effect, but looking a whole lot better. Still could have some strong wind out of it, certainly. And now we're also watching what's just out towards the west, moving into southwestern Rock, but also into Greene County. That actually originated in Lafayette County as that tornado warning, but the strongest part of that cell dipped south into Illinois. Now, we will watch this, though, because it is continuing to move east. There is still technically a hail threat and a wind threat with it, and a severe thunderstorm warning. So as you can imagine, we are really just focusing in on Walworth County right now because of what's moving in as we speak and the second batch of storms that we could potentially see within the hour if it continues to move at its current speed. So a couple of, good notes that there's not as much rotation as what we had earlier. Unfortunately, the hail threat is still there, as well as the heavy rainfall. Now, parts of Walworth County also picked up a lot of rain. Some parts of Walworth County earlier this morning, we had 2 separate batches of a steady soaking rain. So as these continue to slowly move through, we will also need to monitor the potential for flooding and maybe even some flash flooding, because this storm is only moving at about 20 miles per hour, if that. Again, you can tell just how slow that is moving into western Walworth. So between these 2 batches of potentially strong storms and heavy rainfall, flooding could become a concern. Now, the rest of southeast Wisconsin, we are actually quiet right now. Still pretty cloudy, but all of the activity is down towards the south. We will continue to monitor these storms because of that active severe thunderstorm warning in Walworth. And then there is another line trying to strengthen a bit more out west, too. We'll focus in on that line next. I'll have plenty more information coming up in just a bit. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Steph, thank you for that. Well, because of the rain and possible storms tonight, the Milwaukee night market is canceled. There's going to be a makeup date coming up, but it's going to be down the road a little bit, actually October 7th. The next night market is scheduled to take place on July 22nd, weather cooperating, of course.
We're following breaking news from Racine. This is on the south side of town. Still waiting for information from police, but let's show you. This is 20th Street, excuse me, near Racine Street. As we zoom in, there was a vehicle with a tarp on it, and it looks like